If the row is not fetched successfully, then it returns false. So here there is a note, before the first fetch from an open cursor, percentage found returns null. That means before you access any row, you will open a cursor, but before accessing any row, the percentage found returns null. After you access the first row, it again returns true, because if the first row was fetched successfully, then the process variable is appended with percentage row count. This is the answer. This is the output that it returns. It returns the number of records fetched from the cursor at that particular instance of time. So here from the name itself you can know percentage row count is something which counts the number of rows that are being fetched from the cursor at a particular instance of time. Okay. When a cursor is opened, percentage row count becomes 0. This means before the first fetch from an open cursor, percentage row count returns 0. So what is row count here? Row count counts the number of rows that it has fetched. So before fetching anything, it returns 0. So that is this note. So next one is percentage is open. If the cursor variable is appended with percentage is open, so this is the output. If the cursor is open, it returns true, otherwise it returns false. So now let us see the types of cursors. There are two types of cursors, implicit cursor and explicit cursor. So what are implicit cursors? Implicit cursors are created by default by the system when any DML statement gets executed. Let us consider implicit cursors means we have already discussed cursors are something which will return the result set from any SQL query or any DML statement. So what a system does when any DML statement is being executed, what a system does is it will access the output and it will store that output in a temporary area as we have discussed, right? So implicit cursors are those which are created by the system whenever any DML statement gets executed. Okay, so now explicit cursors are something which must be created by us. That means the system doesn't interfere here. What we do is we explicitly create our own cursors to store the output of any query inside the explicit cursor, and then what we do, we'll be using, you will be fetching each and every row to process each and every row. What is the difference between implicit and explicit cursor is, implicit cursors are created by the system and explicit cursors are created by us. So, and also the another difference is in implicit cursors nobody will process each and every row one by one, but in explicit cursor we can use many constructs that are there in SQL to process each and every row one by one. So now let us see what an implicit cursor is. So as we have discussed, it is a cursor which is created by default when any DML statement is executed. So that you all know about DML statements, right? So what is a DML statement? It is data manipulation language statement. That means if we want to manipulate any data inside the database, you will use all these statements. So the DML statements that you all know can be insert, update, delete and select, right? So now as we have discussed, if we give the query select EID, ename from employees, the system would create a cursor implicitly. We do not create this cursor. Remember, we do not create this cursor. Such cursors are called implicit cursors. Okay. So now explicit cursors. These are created by us when an SQL statement is executed. When an SQL statement is executed, these will be created by us because an SQL statement will return some rows. So all these rows will have to be processed by us one by one. So remember this one, a cursor can store many rows written by the query, but it can process only one row at a time. This is a very important point that you need to note here, because whenever a cursor stores some number of rows written by the query, you will get some result set. So what we do here is, you don't process the entire result set at a time. What you do is, you will process only one row at a time. So the row that the cursor is processing is called as current row. As I told you, whenever you want to use an explicit cursor, what it does, it will process each and every row, right? So here whenever a cursor is processing one row, that current row that the cursor is processing is called as current row. After fetching one row, the cursor points to the next row to be processed, and so on. That means let us consider we have 4 rows inside a cursor. Okay. So now if you want to fetch any row, the cursor points to the first row. Okay. Then if you want to if you have finished processing the first row, what you do is you will shift to the second row, and again after completion of the processing of the second row, you will go to the third row, and so on. So likewise you will continue until all the records are fetched and all the records are processed. An explicit cursor is defined in the declaration section of a PL/SQL block. So as we have discussed, implicit cursors are not created by us, but explicit cursors are created by us. So here explicit cursor, where we need to define explicit cursor, we need to use somewhere these explicit cursors, right? So whenever you want to use cursors, you need to use them in some programs, right? So where do we need to process any rows? We need to process rows in some program or in some sequence of instructions execution, right? So when you run some program, what we do is we'll be using these cursors, and in this cursor you will process the rows. So to use this cursor in a program, what you do is you will define the cursor in that particular program. Let us consider you are using some PL/SQL block to define the cursor, right? A PL/SQL block, as you all know, PL/SQL block is something which contains 3 sections, right? First one is declaration section, second one is execution section, and third one is exception section. Okay. In the declaration section, what we do is we will declare all the variables inside the declaration section. In the execution section, you will process anything, you will do the task, the entire task of the block inside the execution section. And in the exception section, you will catch any errors that can be caught by the program. Okay. So now here in the declaration section, I told you that this is used for declaring some variables, right? So here we need to have to declare the explicit cursor inside the PL/SQL block. So where do we need to declare here? In declaration section or execution section or exception section? Here we need to declare in the declaration section. So such cursors which are used here are called as explicit cursors. Yes, till now we have seen about the introduction to cursors. So now I think you have an idea about what a cursor is and what are the types of cursors, what are the types of attributes that we can use with cursors, and many things, right? So now let us continue to the another step, which is the steps to create and use our cursors along with the applications of cursors. Okay. So now before going to create and use the cursors, before going to know the steps to create and use the cursors, just have a recollection of what we have learned till now. We have learned about the cursor and its definition, and then the attributes of cursors, the properties of cursors, and then we have known about the types of cursors, the implicit cursors and explicit cursors. Now these are the steps to create and use cursors. Here we are saying that we are creating cursors, right? So that means are we creating implicit cursor or an explicit cursor? Yes, creation means here we are creating explicit cursors, because implicit cursors are not created by us. So here we are creating only explicit cursors. So following are the steps to be followed when we create and use explicit cursors. In the declaration section, we have already discussed where do we declare PL/SQL, where do we declare the cursor in PL/SQL block? we will declare in declaration section. So as PLSQL block has 3 sections, one is declaration section, execution section and exception section, we will use declaration of a cursor in declaration section of PLSQL block. So now see here in the declaration section of PLSQL block, so this is the first step you will do. What is that? We are declaring the cursor. So initially when you want to create any cursor, you need to declare the cursor. So remember, only after you declare the cursor, then only you can use the cursor inside any other block or any other programming language. So first step is to declare the cursor. Okay. So now the second step. So following this you have 3 steps again. So here after declaring something, what you do? After declaration of something, you will use that cursor, right? You will use that variable or you will use that cursor. So now here we are creating cursor, right? So here what you do after creating the cursor, you will use that cursor and then you will process anything using that cursor, right? So here the next step is to open the cursor. So first after creating any cursor, you will open the cursor. So this opening of the cursor is done in execution section of the PLSQL block. Remember, opening the cursor, fetching the records, processing the records and finally closing the records, all this will be done in execution section of your PLSQL block. Okay. So after you open the cursor, what you do is you will fetch the data from the open cursor into PLSQL variables declared along with the cursor. So the and also after fetching, what you do, you will process the rows as needed, as you need. Okay. So next, the final step is after completion of every processing of each and every row, what you do is you will go to step 4, which is the closing of the cursor. So remember to close the cursor before you complete, before you end the PLSQL block in which you have declared your cursor. Okay. So when you define any PLSQL block, you have 4 steps. The first one is declaration of cursor, second one is opening the cursor, third one is fetching the data from the cursor row by row, okay, and then processing them. And step 4, finally, before closing the PLSQL block, you need to close the cursor. Okay. So now let us see the syntax of cursor, that means syntax of using, creating the cursors. So now here first step is declaration of cursor, right? So what is a syntax? Syntax means the format of doing something, right? So here the syntax to create a cursor, that means the format to declare a cursor is this one. So how do you create a cursor? You will give cursor name is select statement. So here what I have given in capital letters are the keywords, okay, and the small letters that I have given are not the keywords, they can be changed, whatever you want you can use them there. Here cursor name. Cursor, in the cursor name you can use anything. I can give A, B, temp, cursor 1, cursor 2, like that. Whichever name you want to name for the cursor, you can give it here. Okay. So cursor, the cursor name is here is a select keyword, and then you will give the select statement. Why we are giving select statement? A cursor is something which stores the rows of output of rows written by a select statement. So whichever query you need to give, you have to give it here in the select statement. So this is the syntax of cursor, and this is the name of the cursor, and this is the select query that returns some rows. Okay. So this is the syntax of declaring a cursor. Next step is opening a cursor, right? So how do you open the cursor? You will give open cursor name. Open is a keyword and cursor name is something which is the name of the cursor. Here the name of the cursor can be anything that you can name the cursor. And next one is the syntax to fetch the rows of the cursor one at a time. So see here the next step, the third step here is to fetch the rows of the cursor one at a time. So fetch cursor name into row variable. Here fetch and into are the keywords, and cursor name, row variable can be changed, they are variables, right? So now here cursor name is the name of the cursor and row variable is single PLSQL variable used to store all the columns of the fetched row. So row variable. So what is a row variable? We all know what variables are, right? So variables means those are something which will store the value of any data type, right? Let us consider we want to create a variable for integers. Integer A, you will say. That means A is an integer, integer B, that means B is an integer. So, A is used to store only integers, B is used to store only integers, right. Similarly, here you can define something called row variable. So, what is a row variable? Row variable means it is something which stores the value of the entire row, that means all the columns inside a row will be stored inside this row variable. So, whenever you use a row variable, that means it contains all the columns in that particular row. That means whenever you use a SQL query, what happens? The SQL query will return some set of rows, right. In those rows, what you do using cursor, you will fetch each and every row, right. So, when you access the first row, what happens? From the first row, you are taking all the column values into one variable, and that one variable is called as row variable. So, here this is a single PLSQL variable used to store all the columns of the fetched row. So, when you fetch some row, that will be stored here, and this is another syntax that is used for fetching the cursor. Previously, what you have done, you have used, say this one here, what you have done, you have used the cursor and you have stored each and every row in the row variables, right. So, now here this is another syntax that can be used to fetch the cursor into some variable list. So, previously you have stored each and every row in a row variable, but here what you do is you will take the column you will take all the columns, each and every column will be taken into some variables. Let us consider one row contains 4 columns. So, now here what you will do is you will fetch each and every column into another variable. Okay. So, in a row variable, what you do, you will fetch all the columns combinedly, all the 4 columns combinedly into one row, but here what you are doing is you are fetching all the variables, each and every variable in the row, that means each and every column in a row will be stored in a particular variable, okay, according to the data type. So, here this is the name of the cursor, this is the list of PLSQL variables. Previously we have said it is a row variable, but here we are saying that it is list of PLSQL variables used to store all the columns of the fetched row, okay. So, now the syntax to close a cursor. So, this is the syntax to close a cursor. You will give just simply close and cursor name. So, cursor name here is name of the cursor. Remember, in all these syntaxes that you are using here, whenever you create a cursor, if you have given a name, let us say you have given the name of the cursor as cursor 1. So, what you do, whenever you open the cursor, you have to give the same name of the cursor. You have to open the same cursor that you have defined. Let us consider you have created cursor 1. So, if you want to open it, you have to give open cursor 1. Then again, if you want to fetch, you have to give fetch cursor 1 into some variables. Similarly, if you want to close, you will close cursor 1. That means the name of the cursor is same throughout these all statements, okay. So, remember this one. So, next, this is the syntax to use cursor in a PLSQL block. I already told you where do we use cursors? We will be using cursors in some program, right. So, where do we create programs? Generally, we will use PLSQL blocks to create some programs to access the data, right, to process the data, to fetch the data. Anything that is done will be done in a PLSQL block. Let us consider we are using a PLSQL block in a cursor, a cursor in a PLSQL block. So, see here, you have I told you that in a PLSQL block you have 3 sections: declaration sections, execution section, and then exception section. So, now cursors come into picture in declaration section and execution section. So, now see in the declaration section what you do. So, initially there will be a keyword called declare. In this one we will be declaring different types of variables. So, first one is variable list space declaration. That means any variables that you can use inside the PLSQL block will be given here. Next one is row variable. I told you variable list is different and row variable is different, right. So, when you use row variable here, we will declare it here, and then what you do, you will create, that means you will declare your cursor here. So, where is this declared? Where is this cursor declared? It is declared in the declaration section of the PLSQL block. So, then the PLSQL block continues like this. So, see here, this is the step 1, which is declaration of cursor. So, next comes the execution section. Execution section will be in between 2 things, one is begin and another one is end. whatever is there between begin and end is called as execution section. So here what you do in execution section, you will be processing the entire things. That means if you want to do some process, that means if you want to accomplish some task, you will be giving everything related to the task in this execution section. So now cursor, we have already created a cursor. So what you do, you will be opening a cursor, fetch the cursor and close the cursor. So all these will be done in the execution section. So see here, you have given open cursor, fetch cursor, process the rows fetched and then close the cursor. So now opening the cursor is step 2, fetching and processing is step 3 as we have discussed, and closing the cursor is step 4, right? So now there are some points to remember while you create cursors. The first one is, when a cursor is opened, the first row becomes the current row. Remember, whenever you use any cursor, you need to open the cursor, right? So after opening a cursor, the first row becomes the current row. Okay, so current row means that is the row that is being processed now. Okay, the first row becomes the current row. If there are more than one row, let us consider the query has returned 4 rows, that means it is more than one row, right? That means when you have 4 rows, what you need to do, first the cursor points to the first row and then it points to the second row and then third and then fourth, likewise it processes all the rows. Okay, if there are more than one row, what we have to do, we can use loops with explicit cursors to fetch all the records. Okay, so what is a loop here? You all know, I think loops are some programming constructs used in every language, right? You have seen C language, Java or any other language. You will be using loops for doing same task repeatedly, right? If you want to accomplish some task repeatedly, you will be using loops. Here also, what we are doing, a cursor returns some rows, right? Let us consider it has returned 4 rows. If you want to take one row, process that one and again take another row, process that one, take another row, process that one. So this is the same task repeating, right? You are taking a row, processing that one, taking another row, processing that one. So this will be taken into loops. Okay, so loop is something which repeats the same action again and again. So whenever the SQL query returns more than one row, we can use loops with explicit cursors to fetch all the records. Okay, so remember this one. Next, when the data is fetched into any PLSQL row variable or any PLSQL variable list, the cursor pointer moves to the next row and this row becomes the current row, and this continues until the last row is fetched. That means, let us consider that the query has returned 4 rows. So now what happens? Firstly, the cursor points to the first row and then after processing first row, it moves to the second row, next again next row, next row. So likewise it goes until the last row is fetched. So finally, after the last row is fetched, what happens? The fetch has to return something, right? After last row, it won't go beyond that table, right? So what the fetch does? It will return an error saying that the columns, the rows have completed. That means all the rows are completed fetching and processing, right? So after the last row, the fetch returns an error saying that all the rows are completed processing. So then what we need to do? We need to handle that one by catching that error and then we jump out of the loop. Okay. So now see an example of explicit cursor. Following is an example of an explicit cursor which displays the ID and name of the best performing employees as follows. Let us consider there is a table called employee table that we have already discussed. Okay. So in that, from that employees table, let us take some employee names which are who are best performing in the company. Okay. If we want the ID and name, what you need to do? What will be the output from the table? From the previous table, the output is the best. The output is like this: the best performing employees are 1. 1 is the ID and John is the employee name. 3 is the ID, Peter is the employee name. Similarly, you will get all the best performing employees of the table, right? So the output has to be like this. Okay. So now see how do we do all these things. First thing is we need to go to the declaration section in the PLSQL block. So here this is how you declare your cursor. Okay. So declaration, how it is done? As we have seen the syntax of declaring cursor, cursor name is statement, select statement, right? So here what is the name of the cursor? Best EMPS, best underscore EMPS. So the cursor name here is best employees. Okay, you have named, I have named it as best underscore EMPS. Okay, and then what is a select query? What we need to get here actually? We need to get the best performing employees. So how do you select the best performing employees? You will give the query saying that if the rating is 10, then you will consider him as best employee, right? So here see the query, select EID, ename from employees where rating equal to 10. That means what is the condition here? Rating is equal to 10. When rating is 10, that means when there is a highest rating, you will return the employee ID and employee name. So that is how you will get the best performing employees from this query. Okay. So now what you need to do? You need to take all these best performing employees and you need to display them onto the screen, right? So how do we do this? So now let us declare some variables, ID employees dot EID percentage type. So what this denotes? Employees means here the employee table, right? Generally, how do you declare a variable? Integer, some variable name, and then the type of the data. Let us consider you want to declare an integer, right? A as an integer. Okay, so what you do? A space integer. So A is declared as integer. Similarly, if you want to declare a real number, what you do? B space real. So that means B is declared as a real number, right? Similarly, here what we want to do is we want to declare ID as the ID of the employee table. That means employee table has a column called EID. So that EID type is given to this ID here. So ID space employees dot EID percentage type. That means ID is declared as the type of employees tables EID. Okay, that means EID in employees table type is given to ID. Okay, similarly name space employees dot ename percentage type. So here what we are doing? We are taking the type of ename from the employees table and giving that to the name. Let us consider the name is of varchar2 in employees table. So here name will be given varchar2 here also, because we are giving the same data type here. That means the type of ename that we have declared in the employees table. So now see, this one is cursor declaration. As we have discussed, this is there in the declaration section. This is the step 1. And now see here, these are the PL/SQL variable declarations. Okay. So declarations, every declaration comes under declaration section. So after declaration section goes the execution section. Okay. So here is execution section. Okay. So in the execution section, see here what you do. First you will begin and then open. The first step is after declaring, what is the next step? Next step is opening the cursors, right? So this is step 2. Okay. So how do you open? According to the syntax, open best underscore EMPS. So why I have given best underscore EMPS? Because I have created a cursor named as best underscore EMPS. So here also you need to open the same cursor. Okay. So after opening the cursor, what you need to do? You need to process each and every row, right? So before processing, I am displaying something. What I am displaying? So here dbms underscore output dot put underscore line. What is this one? As you already know, some statements like printf statement in C, system.out.println in Java. So all these things, why we use them? We use those statements to display something onto the screen, right? That means if you want to show the user some text, or if you want to give him some information, what you do? You will be using those functions to display the data onto the screen. Similarly, here dbms underscore output dot put underscore line is a function which is used to display whatever is there given in the single quotes here. Okay. So here what you have given? The best performing employees are. So what it does is, after opening the cursor, it just prints the whatever is there in the single quotes. So what is here? So it prints the best employees are as a text. Next goes to the execution section, continuation. So now here after opening the cursor, what we need to do, I told you that we need to fetch each and every record and then we need to process the record. Okay. So, fetching each and every record and processing need to be in a loop. Why do we need to have loops here? Can't I directly have fetch here without using loops? No, because here the query may return more than one row, right? So, when more than one row is being fetched, you need to get each and every row and process each and every row. Okay. So, now here we will be using loop. Loop is a keyword which is used in PLSQL to have same repetitive action done inside the PLSQL block. Okay. So, now inside the loop we have given the another statement called fetch. Fetch, where what we need to fetch here? We need to fetch again here best underscore EMPS, the same cursor name. Okay, remember the cursor name is continuing here. We are using the same cursor name because we are accessing the same cursor name. Okay, cursor into ID comma name. So, here I have given list of variables, right? ID comma name. That means I am displaying, what is the query doing here? See here, what is the query doing? So, what is the query doing here? It is taking employee ID and employee name from the employees, right? So, how many columns are it is it returning? It is returning 2 columns. One is EID, another one is ENAME. Okay. So, these EID and ENAME have to be taken into some variables and then you have to process them, right? So, now here we are processing the each and every row by taking ID and name into some variables. So, here as we have declared ID as employees EID type and name as employees ENAME type. So, here we will fetch the cursor row into ID comma name. So, now what is this one? Next step is exit when best underscore EMPS percentage not found. So, exit when is a key word which is used to exit from the loop whenever the condition satisfies. So, what is the condition here? Condition here is best underscore EMPS percentage not found. So, percentage not found we have already discussed, right? So, why we use percentage not found? Yes, percentage not found is used to check whether any row is not fetched, any row is not fetched. Okay. So, now that means when do we can't fetch any row? When all the rows are processed, then you can't fetch any other row. Okay. So, when there are no rows to process, then it returns true. That means the not found attribute will return true. Then what you do? You will exit from the loop. Okay. So, that is why you are giving this statement. So, here exit when best underscore EMPS percentage not found is given to check whether there are any rows, there is no row to fetch again in the cursor. That means after completion of processing of all the rows, you will check this statement and it returns true, and then what you do? You will come out of the loop. Okay. So, if you have fetched something, then it returns false. So, you come to the next statement. So, what is the next statement? dbms underscore output dot put underscore line, and inside what you have given, you whatever you want to print onto the screen, that will be given inside this one. So, what you are going to print? The ID and the name of the employee, right? So, employees, what type of employees are these? These are the best performing employees. So, we fetch each and every best employee and then you will display the ID and name onto the screen, okay, using dbms output dot put underscore line. So, now you will continue this loop until all the rows are completed, all the rows are exhausted. So, that means let us consider you have 10 best performing employees. So, what you do? You will get into this loop continuously. This loop repeats until all the 10 rows have completed. Okay. So, each and every row is fetched and the ID and name are being printed using dbms underscore output dot put underscore line, and those two ID and name will be printed, and again you will go to the loop and again you will fetch second record and you will display ID name, so on you will go until all the records are being fetched. Okay. After completion of fetching all the rows, what you do? You will check the statement here. For each and every loop, you will be checking whether percentage not found is returning some value or not. Okay. So, if the percentage not found returns true, that means when there is no row to fetch again, then what you do? You will come out of the loop. Okay. So, come out of the loop, and the next statement is end loop. So, here end loop will be encountered, and then what you do? You have completed processing all the rows. That means after processing all the rows, what you are doing is you are closing your cursor. Okay. So close the cursor after completion of all fetching of all the rows. So remember, in any PLSQL block or in any programming structure, if you use cursors, what you do is you have to end the cursor. That means you have to close the cursor before closing all the blocks or any other programming language construct. Okay. So here where the PLSQL block ends here, see here in the program you are ending here using E and D. E and D is the statement which is used to end the PLSQL block. So now here we are closing the cursor before the end statement. See, close best underscore EMPS is a statement which is given before E and D statement, right? Yes. So whenever you want to close the cursor, you need to close it before PLSQL block. Okay. So this is how you execute the program. That means if this is how you will execute the PLSQL block to fetch the best performing employees in the company. Okay, this is one of the examples. So this is done by using variable list. I told you we can fetch the records in two different ways, right? One way is to fetch the entire columns into each and every variable. So here see ID, fetch best employees into ID comma name. We have given two things, right? That means all the columns. How many columns are being written by the query? The query has written two columns. What are those? ID and name. So we have taken each and every column into each and every variable. So this is the variable list. That means this is fetching the cursor into variable list. So now let us see an example for fetching the data into row variables. So how is this being done? So now here this is fetching and processing the columns of one row from the cursor, and this is step 3, right? Finally closing the cursor is step 4. Now let us see the example using PLSQL row variables. So what is row variable? We have already discussed. It is something which stores the entire row as a variable, right? So now see, first thing is we need to go to the declaration section of the PLSQL block. So now here declare. So you are declaring your cursor. So how you declare cursor? The cursor name is, and what is the query here? You are taking best performing employees, right? So rating equal to 10. When rating is equal to 10, you will display EID and ENAME. So now we are declaring. So this is what? This is cursor declaration. Next what we need to do? We need to, this is step 1, and we need to go to PLSQL row variable declaration. So now here EMP underscore row space best underscore EMPS percentage row type. So see here best underscore EMPS is the cursor name. Okay. So in that cursor name you are taking the row type, right? So percentage row type, when you give percentage row type, it takes the type of the entire row. So here what is the type of the entire row? The entire row contains EID and ENAME. Okay. So entire type will be taken for the EMP underscore row. So whenever you use EMP underscore row, it stores EID and ENAME. Understanding? Okay. So this is the row variable declaration. So after declaring, you will take the values into this variable. So see how you use this one. So next thing is execution section. In this section, see here you are opening your cursor by using the statement called open best underscore EMPS. So this is how you open, and then you display some message saying that these are the best performing employees. So this is opening the cursor, step 2, and next the step 3 is fetching them into variables, row variables here. So now here find fetch best underscore EMPS into what? Into the row variable. What we have taken previously, the row variable is EMP underscore row. Okay. So exit when best underscore EMPS percentage not found. Similarly, we have given it in the previous example. Okay. So everything will remain same, and observe here there are no extra variables. There is only one variable which is taking entire values of the columns into one row. So here that is EMP underscore ROW row, EMP underscore row. Okay. So how do we print the row variable values using dbms underscore output dot put underscore line? So see this one here, we have used dbms underscore output function object to print the put underscore line function to print the employee ID and employee name. So how do you do it? You will append EMP underscore row with the column name. What is the column name? EID, right? So emp underscore row dot EID gives the employee ID of that particular row. And again there is some symbol, see here two lines are given. What is that? It is the pipe symbol. Pipe symbol is concatenation symbol used in put underscore line function here, which is used for adding two strings together. So now here what we are adding here, we are displaying EID, employee ID, there is some space again, and then we are taking employee name, we are displaying employee name. Okay. So to display the space, we have to concatenate the employee ID with the space, and again will add employee name. So that is why we have given pipe symbol here. This is called pipe symbol, which is used to append the strings. Okay. So first EID will be printed, and then space will be printed, and then ename will be printed. So ename is taken as emp underscore row dot ename. So emp underscore row is the row variable, and ename is the column name inside the table. Okay. So now same as the previous thing. So whenever you what you do now, you will continuously fetch each and everything into the row variable, and then you will check whether the condition satisfies. If the condition satisfies, then you will come out of the loop. If the condition doesn't satisfy, you will continue with the processing of the rows. That means here what we are processing, you are just displaying the employee ID and employee name, and you will continuously process the entire row until the loop ends. Finally what you do, you close the cursor. Okay. So say this one, fetching and processing the columns of one row from the cursor, and this is step 3. Finally you close the cursor, which is step 4. This completes your cursor creation. Okay. So cursor creation and usage of cursor also. Okay. So observe here also, before closing the PLSQL block, that means before giving E and D statement, you are giving close best underscore EMPS, which is used to close the cursor. Summing up, these are the, we have already seen the steps to create and use cursors. In that again you have seen the syntax for creating cursors, syntax for opening, syntax for fetching and processing, and again the syntax for closing the cursor. Okay. And we have seen about the usage of cursor in a PLSQL block. We have seen the syntax of the entire block where we use the cursor, and also we have seen the example to create cursor using PLSQL variables, and also another example to create row variables, to create cursor using row variables. Okay. So these are all the topics that we have covered, and let us see where these cursors are used in the next concept. So what is the next concept? It is applications of cursors. So where we use cursors? So now that we are ready to create cursor, to use cursor, to write the PLSQL block, everything we are ready with the knowledge about cursors, right? So where do we apply cursors? That means where do we use cursors? So the first application is row by row operations. That means wherever the cursors are used in situations wherever we perform row by row operations, which cannot be done by set based operations. So what are set based operations? Set based operations are those operations which will be done on a set. That means let us consider a query is given using select query. Okay. So when the select query is posed, what happens? It returns as result set, right? So that result set contains different number of rows. Okay. That means it returns as a set. So whenever you want to perform any operation on the set, how do we do? We have no constructor to perform any operation on the set at a time, right? So that is why you will use cursors to process each and every row. That means row by row operation. So now using cursors you can perform row wise validation, and also you can perform any operations on each row. Okay. Row wise validation means you can validate each and every row, and also you can operate anything on each row. Okay. So the next application is when you want to have our process done very fast. Okay. Speed processing. So in situations where we need faster operations than in while loop, we use cursors. So you all know while loop, right? So while loop is something which will also be used to perform operations, but cursor will do faster than while loop. Okay. Why we have cursors do fast than while loop? This is because cursors what they do table. Here we may check or may not check any condition. Okay. So cursors are also used when we transfer the data from one table to another. Okay. Next application is increased response time. That means response time. What is response time? Whenever we ask something, ask the system to do something, what it does, it will have to reply us, right? So replying, if it replies fast, that means the response time is very fast. If it replies slow, that means response time is very slow. So here we are saying that in applications where we need increased response time, we are using cursors. That means using cursors, better response time can be achieved because cursors can provide the first few rows before the whole result set is assembled. If the cursors are not used, we must get the entire result set before getting the rows to be displayed. That means using cursors, the response time can be achieved, increased response time can be achieved because it does not get entire result set at a time. What it does is, it will, if we want some few rows first, then it will fetch all the first few rows into our display, and then again it goes to the next result set, next remaining part of the result set. But what we do when we use another constructs, we have to go through all the rows continuously, right? First we have to get all the rows and then we have to display. But cursors can display first few rows at a time and then next rows, next row, next row. Okay. Next again, this is concurrency control. In the application of concurrency control, that means where do we need concurrency? Concurrency means when two or more users use the same database at a time, we have to have concurrency control. Okay. That means here it will avoid, cursors always query the base tables when they use fetch operations. So whenever we update the base table, the cursor always use the values updated recently. But when we use normal SQL queries, the result set may change because the queries are calculated before processing. So cursors are used for achieving concurrency control by avoiding occurrence of lost updates. So what is lost update here? So whenever the updation is not being reflected on the display, it is a lost update, but the cursor does not get updates, any updates being lost. Okay. So summing up, so the applications of cursors include row by row operations, speed processing, scrolling through the result set, transferring data to another table, increased response time and concurrency control. Thank you.
Hello students, welcome to today's MANATV live lecture. Today I am teaching a grammatical topic in English, that is simple, compound and complex sentences. Before I start the topic, I would like to lay emphasis on the importance of simple, compound and complex sentences. It is often heard from students that they feel difficult in answering the objective questions on simple, compound and complex sentences. But dear students, a systematic and step-by-step learning of this topic make you feel very easy and comfortable in answering the objective questions on transformation of sentences. Apart from answering the questions in various examinations, the most important aspect of learning this today topic is that it helps you in improving your language skills, especially writing and speaking skills. Because in today's topic, we learn different types of sentence structures, different types of phrases and classes, synthesis of sentences and transformation of sentences. Therefore, definitely this topic will help you to enhance your writing skills and speaking skills. So dear students, please concentrate on this topic. I hope that today's topic gives you deep insight in acquiring language skills and equip you to use English effectively. Let's start today's topic. In order to have clear clarity, I would like to start from the basics of the grammar. Let us start from what is sentence. As you all well know, actually this is a recollection of what you have learned since your schooling. A group of words that makes complete sense is called sentence. As you all know, it begins with a capital letter, it ends with a full stop. Some sentences, they end with question mark, as in interrogative sentences, some with an exclamation mark. Always, a sentence always has an infinite verb in it. Here there are some examples. She reads a book, I am reading a novel. Here these sentences, they express a complete thought. He likes coffee. What are you doing? It's an interrogative sentence. It ends with question mark. Alas, my dog is dead. It's an exclamatory sentence where alas ends with exclamatory mark. And next, maintain silence, which is an imperative sentence that starts with the verb. Next, we go to parts of the sentence. They are subject and predicate. Let us see what is subject. The person or thing we speak about is subject. Predicate. What we speak about the person or thing is predicate. Here there are examples. Aeroplanes zoom. Here aeroplanes is the subject, zoom is the predicate. That black dog bit the poor beggar. That black dog is the subject, bit the poor beggar is the predicate. The poor little girl sat in a corner. Poor little girl is the subject, sat in a corner is the predicate. In the same way, mountains add to the beauty of a country. Mountains is a subject, add to the beauty of a country is the predicate. Subject usually comes first, but occasionally it is put after the predicate. It comes occasionally. For example, here comes the bus. Here, bus is the subject, here comes is the predicate. Dear students, here is an exercise for you where you need to identify the subject and predicate in the following sentences. Let's see the sentences. The cow is a useful animal. What is the subject here? The cow is the subject, is a useful animal is the predicate. Rome was not built in a day. Rome is the subject, was not built in a day is the predicate. Necessity is the mother of invention. Necessity is the subject, is the mother of invention is the predicate. Sweet are the uses of adversity. Here in this, what is the subject, students? Can you please tell? Here subject is adversity, whereas predicate is sweet or the uses of. And next sentence, the crackling of geese saved Rome. Crackling of geese is the subject, saved Rome is the predicate. These are the answers which are appended. Let's go to phrase. It's a group of words which has sense but not complete sense. It lacks both subject and predicate. For example, of great wealth. It has sense of great wealth, but it doesn't have complete sense, so it is called a phrase. In the same way, of purple color, in office, these are called phrases. Depending on their function, they are classified into noun phrase, adjective phrase, adverb phrase. Let us see what is noun phrase. It's a group of words that does the work of noun. For example, early to bed is a good maxim. Here early to bed is the noun phrase. Why it is called noun phrase? Because it is functioning as a noun where early to bed is the subject of the verb is. So it is called noun phrase here. In the same way, horses prefer living in dark stables. In dark stables is the noun phrase because in dark stables is the object of the verb living. In the same way, he denies stealing the money. Stealing the money is the noun phrase which is the object of the verb denies. Let's go to adjective phrase. A group of words which does the work of an adjective is called adjective phrase. For example, Vizier was a wealthy man. Here wealthy is an adjective. And how it is written as adjective phrase means, let us see. Vizier was a man of great wealth. Of great wealth is an adjective phrase. In the same way, the magistrate was a kind man. Magistrate was a man with kindly nature. With kindly nature is an adjective phrase. In the same way, I like to see smiling face. I like to see a face with a smile on it. Smile on it is an adjective phrase. I think you have got clarity on adjective phrase. Let's go to adverb phrase. A group of words that does the work of an adverb is called adverb phrase. For example, he answered rudely. Here, how did he answer? Rudely. Here, rudely is an adverb. And how it is expressed in adverb phrase, let us see. He answered in a rude manner. In a rude manner is an adverb phrase. Now let's go to next example. He is coming now. He is coming at this very moment. At this very moment is an adjective phrase which does the work of an adverb. He fell down. Here down is an adverb, and how it is written as adverb phrase, let us see. He fell to the ground. To the ground is an adverb phrase. Here is an exercise for you, dear students. Just you have to pick out the phrases and you have to say whether they are adjective phrases, adverb phrases or noun phrases. Let us see the first sentence. I enjoy walking in the fields. Here, come on, can you please? Here walking in the fields is noun phrase because it is object of the verb enjoy. Second example. Tubal-Cain was a man of might. Man of might is an adjective phrase which describes Tubal-Cain. In the same way, Coolie carried a load of great weight. Of great weight is an adjective phrase. It lies near his heart. Here, near his heart is a phrase which is an adverbial phrase. I do not understand how to solve the problem. Which is the phrase here? How to solve the problem. How to solve the problem is a noun phrase. Let's go to class. It's a group of words that forms a part of sentence and has a subject and predicate of its own, unlike a phrase. It has its own subject and predicate. Depending on their function, they are classified into noun class, adjective class, adverb class. Let's go to noun class. It's a group of words that contains a subject and predicate of its own and does the work of a noun. For example, I expect that I shall get a prize. That I shall get a prize is the noun class here, where it is the object of the verb expect. Let's see second example. I fear that I shall fail. That I shall fail is the noun class which is the object of the verb fear. Third example. What he said is true. Here what he said is a noun class which is the subject of the verb is. So this is all about noun class. I think you have got clarity on the noun class. Let's go to adjective class. It's a group of words that contains a subject and predicate of its own and does the work of an adjective. For example, umbrella which has a broken handle is mine. Which has a broken handle is an adjective class here. Here it describes umbrella. It's a broken handled umbrella. So it is describing umbrella. So it is functioning as an adjective. So it is called as adjective class. Let's go to another example. The house that I live in belongs to my father. Here that I live in is an adjective class which describes the house. As it is functioning like adjective, it is called as a adjective class. So this is all about adjective class. Let's go to adverb class. It's a group of words that contain a subject and predicate of its own and does the work of an adverb. For example, they rested when evening came. Here, when evening came is the adverb class which is qualifying the verb rested. Second example, you may sit wherever you like. Wherever you like is the adverb class which is qualifying the verb sit. So, here is an exercise for you, dear students, where you have to pick out the classes and identify their type. Let's see first sentence. I often wonder how you are getting on. Here, how you are getting on is the noun class. That's the class. It is a noun class. I want to see what had happened. Here, what had happened is also a noun class. Mary had a little lamb whose fleece as white as snow. Here we have an adjective class in this sentence. You will pass if you work hard. If you work hard is an adverb class here. I forgive you since you repent. Since you repent is an adverb class in this sentence. Let's go to main class and subordinate class, which are very, very important in understanding of simple, compound and complex sentences. Depending on upon the structure of the sentence, classes are of two types. One is main class. What is main class? Main class and subordinate class. Let us go to main class. It's a group of words that contains a subject and predicate and could stand by itself as a separate sentences. Therefore, they are called as independent classes or principal or main classes. Here, for example, he is poor but he is honest. He is poor is a principal class or main class which can stand on its own even if you write it as separate sentence. In the same way, he is honest, that can also sustain on its own if it is written as separate sentence. So, he is poor but he is honest, it is combined by coordinating conjunction but. So, it is a compound sentences where we study main classes in compound sentences more often. Let us go to subordinate class. It's a group of words that contains a subject and predicate and could not stand by itself as a separate sentence. Therefore, it is called dependent class or subordinate class. Here, they depend on the main class. For example, they rested when evening came. They rested is a main class. It can sustain on its own even if it is written as separate sentence. Here see, when evening came, it is the subordinate class. It can't sustain on its own if it is written as separate sentence. So, when evening came is called subordinate class. Let's see another example. I will do it when I think fit. I will do it is a main class. When I think fit is the subordinate class. Usually, subordinate classes, they start with subordinate conjunctions. According to their class structure, sentences are divided into three different classes. They are simple, compound and complex sentences. Let's go to simple sentence. Simple sentence is one which has only one subject and one predicate. It has only one finite verb. For example, good books build character. Simple sentence. Sun gives light. Old habits die hard. These are all examples of simple sentence. They express complete thought. They have only one finite verb, where finite verb is bound by the subject and marked by the tense. Let's go to compound sentence. A sentence containing two or more independent sentences or main classes joined together by a coordinating conjunction is called compound sentences. In compound sentences, we have two or more than main classes. They are combined by coordinating conjunction. Commonly used coordinating conjunctions are and, but, or, otherwise, not only but also, therefore, so, still, neither nor, either or, as well as, nevertheless, at, both, and, for, only, else, and so. These are all the list of coordinating conjunctions. For example, he is poor but he is honest. So, this is a compound sentence where it is coordinated by coordinating conjunction but. He is poor is one main class, he is honest is another main class coordinated by but. Let's see next example. The boy stood first in the examination and so he was awarded first prize. Boy stood first in examination is one main class, he was awarded first prize is another main class, and these two sentences are coordinated by and so. So, these are the examples of compound sentences. And they are of different types, compound sentences. Let us see. At first, there are double sentences. Double sentences are those which contain two main classes, only two main classes. For example, men think but animals can't. Here there are only two main classes, so it is called as a double sentence. And second example, the boy fell down from the horse and broke his leg. Here there are only two main classes, so it may be also called as a double sentence. Now, next category is multiple sentences. Here, multiple sentences means a sentence which contain more than two main classes is known as multiple sentence. For example, she loved stories about fairies and she loved poems on nature, but she hated dramas based on dull drab life. So, in this sentence, we have more than two sentences. There are three main classes. So, it is called as a multiple sentence. And see, some compound sentences have a common subject. For example, she looked at me but did not talk to me. So, here this sentence have only one common subject, that is she. In the same way, he came here but did not see me. In this sentence also there is a common subject, one common subject, he. And there are compound sentences which have a common verb. For example, they liked my paintings, others my poems. Here there is a common verb liked. So it is not mentioned in the other independent class, main class. Second example, she cooked a sweet dish, her sister the salt dish. And there are sentences which there may be no conjunction. For example, God is love, love is God. Truth is beauty, beauty is truth. So next go to complex sentences. A sentence which has only one main class and one or more subordinate classes is called a complex sentence. Subordinate classes start with subordinate conjunctions. Some of the subordinate conjunctions are after, because, if, that, though, although, till, before, unless, as, when, where, while, except, lest. Let us see examples. She will do as she likes. Here, she will do is the main class, as she likes is the subordinate class. So, this is an example of complex sentence. Let us see second example. When I saw him, he was going. When I saw him is an subordinate class, he was going is a main class. So, it is a complex sentence. In the same way, third example, if you call me, I will come. If you call me is an adverb class, subordinate class, I will come is the main class. So, these are the examples of complex sentences. Let us see the complex sentences with noun class. I already described about noun class. So, noun class is a group of words containing subject and predicate that does the function of noun. So, here let us see the examples of complex sentences with noun class. First example. She hopes that she will win the first prize. Here, that she will win the first prize is the noun class where it is the object of the verb hopes. Second example. Nobody knows what the truth is. Here, what the truth is the noun class which is the object of the verb knows. Third example. It seems that he is crazy. That he is crazy is the noun class. Listen to what I say. What I say is the noun class. So, these are all examples of complex sentences with noun class. Let us go to complex sentences with adjective class. I already told adjective class is a group of words which has a subject and predicate of its own that does the function of an adjective. For example, pizza, which most people love, is not very healthy. Here, which most people love, it is describing about a pizza. It is functioning as an adjective. So, it is called as an adjective class. Pizza, which most people love, is not very healthy. So, this is an example of complex sentence with an adjective class. Second example, the fruit that is grown organically is expensive. That is grown organically is an adjective class here. Third example, students who are intelligent get good grades. Who are intelligent is an adjective class here. The books that were borrowed from class must be written. Here, that were borrowed from class is an adjective class which is describing the noun books. So, it is called an adjective class with complex sentence with adjective class. The books that were borrowed from class must be written. Fifth example, the girl who is leading the parade is my best friend. Here, who is leading the parade is an adjective girl describing the noun the girl, and it is functioning as an adjective class. So, it is an example of complex sentence with adjective class. Let us go to complex sentences with adverb class. I already told adverb class is a group of words that has subject and predicate that does the work of an adverb. For example, if you pay your bills on time, you can have a good credit score. If you pay your bills on time is an adverb class. Although she has a business degree, she is working as a retail clerk. Although she has a business degree is an adverb class here. Before we go on vacation, we must make reservations. Before we go on vacation is an adverb class here. Give us a call when you get back from your trip. When you get back from your trip is an adverb class which is qualifying the verb give. You must keep practicing the song until you get it right. Until you get it right is an adverb class here in this complex sentence. So, these are all examples of complex sentences with adverb class. Here is an exercise for you, dear students, where you need to identify whether these following sentences are simple, complex or compound. Let us see. We met rather few people who spoke English. So, what is this sentence type, students? This is an example of complex sentence. I have been on rather too many planes and trains recently. What is this type of sentence? Yes, it is a simple sentence. We drove right up to Helsinki in 2 days. So, it is also an example of simple sentence. I don't care how expensive it is. Come on, what is this type of sentence? This is an example of complex sentence. 2 minutes ago, child was fast asleep, but now he is wide awake. What is this type of sentence? This is a compound sentence, right? So, let us go to synthesis of sentences. Synthesis means joining. Let us see how do we combine two or more simple sentences into a single simple sentence. At first, by using a participle, that participle may be present or past. I think you all know about present participle. Present participle is V1 plus ing. Past participle is V3. For example, he yelled loudly, he demanded admission. And how do you synthesize these two sentences using participle? Like by using present participle, like yelling loudly, he demanded admission. Second example, constable ran fast, he caught the thief. Having been run fast, the constable caught the thief. This is how we synthesized the two simple sentences by using participle. Let's go to a synthesis of sentences using noun or phrase in apposition. For example, this is my friend, her name is Maria. So, we join these two simple sentences like this. This is my friend, Maria. Second example, Tenzing climbed Mount Everest. Mount Everest is the highest of all peaks. Tenzing climbed Mount Everest, the highest of the peaks. Here we have joined the phrase side by side, that is called apposition. This is how we join these two sentences by using noun or phrase in apposition. And how do we join? By using preposition with noun or gerund. Her husband died, she heard the news, she died. And how do we join these three sentences? Let us see. Upon hearing the news of her husband's death, she died. So, by using a preposition with a noun, we join these three sentences. Upon hearing the news of her husband's death, she died. Second example, he failed many times, he did not lose hope. In spite of many failures, he did not lose hope. This is how we join the two simple sentences by using a preposition with a noun or gerund. Next, by using absolute construction, nominative absolute construction. Here, nominative absolute construction is nothing but a participial phrase which is used at the beginning of the sentence. For example, the police arrived, mob dispersed. Police having arrived, mob dispersed. Here, nominate absolute construction means having plus V3. If there are auxiliary verbs, we use being. For example, watch was expensive, I could not buy it. The watch being expensive, I could not buy it. This is how we join the two simple sentences into another simple sentences by using absolute construction. Next, by using an infinitive. Infinitive means to plus verb. I have some duties, I must perform them. I have some duties to perform. She wanted to pass the test, she worked hard. She worked hard to pass the test. This is how we join the sentences using infinitive. Next, by using an adverb or an adverbial phrase. Here are examples. Be aware of false friends. This is of first importance. Above all things, be aware of false friends. Second example, sun had set, he had not returned home. He had not returned home by sunset. So, we have used an adverbial phrase here. In the first example also, we have used an adverbial phrase above all things. This is how we join the sentences by using an adverb or an adverbial phrase. So, here is an exercise for you, dear students, where you have to combine two simple sentences into one simple sentence. He failed in the examinations, he continued his studies. I went to Agra, I wanted to see Taj Mahal. He is my brother-in-law, he is called Aziz. His father was rich, he purchased a car. The sun rose, darkness melted. So here there are answers here. Having failed in the examination, he discontinued his studies. I went to see Agra to see Taj Mahal. He is my brother-in-law Aziz. His father being purchased a car. His father being rich purchased a car. Darkness weltered with sunrise. Let us see how do we join two simple sentences into compound sentence. At first, cumulative conjunctions. So, cumulative conjunctions are the conjunctions which add one statement to another. So, examples of cumulative conjunctions are and, as well as, not only but also. For example, she is a teacher, she is a writer. How do we join these two simple sentences into compound sentence? She is a teacher and a writer. She is not only a teacher but also a writer. She is a writer as well as a teacher. Next we go to another example. The house was big, it was well ventilated. How do we combine these two sentences using cumulative conjunction? Let us see. The house was big and well ventilated. House was not only big but also well ventilated. House was big as well as well ventilated. Here we used cumulative conjunctions to join these two simple sentences into a compound sentence. Next, adversative conjunctions. So, examples of adversative conjunctions are but, yet, nevertheless and however. It is raining, for example, it is raining, we will hold exhibition. It is raining, but we will hold exhibition. It is raining, yet we will hold exhibition. It is raining, nevertheless we will hold exhibition. It is raining, however we will hold the exhibitions. So, these are the examples of sentences where we combine two sentences using adversative conjunction. And there is another example. He plays the piano well, his favorite instrument is the guitar. He plays the piano well, but his favorite instrument is the guitar. He plays the piano well, yet his favorite instrument is the guitar. He plays the piano well, nevertheless, if his favorite instrument is the violin. He plays the piano well, however, his favorite instrument is violin. Next, we go to alternative conjunctions. Let us see how do we combine two simple sentences using alternative conjunctions. Examples of alternative conjunctions are or, either or, neither nor. For example, you can work hard, you can fail. You can work hard or you can fail. You can work hard or fail. You can either work hard or fail. This is how we join these two simple sentences into a compound sentences using alternative conjunction. And there is a conjunction neither nor, alternative conjunction neither nor, which is used to join two negative ideas. For example, he does not smoke, he does not drink. He neither smokes nor drinks. Elative conjunction. Elative conjunctions are conjunctions which is used to mention inference. For example, examples of elative conjunctions are for, so, therefore and so. For example, he could not read the signboard, he did not know English. He could not read the signboard for he did not know English. Boy stood first in the examinations, he was awarded a prize. The boy stood first in the examination, so he was awarded a prize. This is how we join the two simple sentences using elative conjunction into a compound sentence. So, here is an exercise for you where you have to combine two simple sentences into one compound sentences. Let's see the exercise. Hold the glass carefully, you will drop it. Hold the glass carefully or you will drop it. My pen is stolen, my pen is lost. My pen is either stolen or lost is the answer. He is poor, he is honest. He is poor but he is honest, or we may use yet, however, nevertheless. Next, Shakespeare was a great dramatist, Shakespeare was a great poet. And how do we join these two sentences? Shakespeare was not only a great dramatist but also a great poet. He is not corrupt, he is not inefficient. So, how do we join these two sentences, students? He is neither corrupt nor inefficient. Let us see how do we join two simple sentences into a complex sentence. At first, by using a noun class. For example, a good education is essential for success, he believes this. And how do we combine these two sentences? He believes that a good education is essential for success in life. Here, that a good education is essential for success in life is the noun class. So, this is how we join these two sentences by using a noun class. Second example, Could he depend on the guide? Traveler did not know. Traveler did not know whether he could depend on the guide. By using an adjective clause, let us see how do we join two simple sentences into a complex sentences using an adjective clause. Slave had to fight with a hungry lion. Lion was kept in a cage. The slave had to fight with a hungry lion which was kept in a cage. Here which was kept in a cage is an adjective clause. This is how we join these two simple sentences with an adjective clause. Next example. He is a prince, trouble had driven him from home. He is a prince whom trouble had driven him from home. How do we join the two simple sentences into complex sentences using an adverb clause? For example, he got the first prize, he was happy. He was happy when he got the first prize. When he got the first prize is an adverb clause. Next, go to second example. Jock fought very well. As a result of that, captain asked him to join his band of soldiers. Jock fought so well that the captain asked him to join his band of soldiers. So this is how we join these two simple sentences using an adverb clause into a complex sentence. And there is another example. He worked hard. His goal was to gain promotion. He worked hard that he might gain promotion. That he might gain promotion is an adverb clause here. And here is an exercise, dear students, where you have to join these two set of simple sentences into one complex sentence. You practice. Answers are given in the next slide. And let's go to transformation of sentences. How do we transform the sentences? At first, let us see how do we convert complex into simple sentence. By reducing a noun class into phrase. In complex sentence, we have one subordinate class. So at first see, if there is a noun class in the complex sentence, by reducing noun class into phrase, we can convert into a simple sentence. For example, I know that he is an honest guy. That he is an honest guy is a noun class. It can be reduced into a phrase like, I know him to be an honest guy. So this is how we converted a complex sentence into simple sentence by reducing a noun class into a phrase. And let's go to second example. We could not figure out what he said. We could not figure out the meaning of his words. Here what he said is a noun class where we convert that class into a phrase like the meaning of words. We could not figure out the meaning of his words. I believe that God exists. That God exists is the noun class that is reduced into God existence, like I believe in God's existence. Next, by reducing an adjective class. For example, those that are helpless deserve our pity. Here, that are helpless, those that are helpless is an adjective class. And how do we convert into simple sentence? Let us see. The helpless deserves our pity. Here those that are helpless is reduced into a phrase. The helpless deserves our pity. Next, the statue that is made of marble was bought from Jaipur. The that is made of marble is the noun class here. Just that is reduced to just the marble statue was bought from Jaipur. And see the next example. We saw trees that were laden with fruits. That were laden with fruits is the adjective class, where it is reduced to, see how it is reduced. We saw trees laden with fruits. So this is how we converted complex sentence into a simple sentence. Next, by reducing an adverb class into phrase. They took shelter under a tree because they were driven by the rain. Here, because they were driven by the rain is an adverb class. And we convert into a simple sentence by reducing the adverb class into a phrase. How? Driven by the rain, they took shelter under a tree. Here, because they were driven by the rain is reduced to the phrase driven by the rain. This is how we converted a complex sentence into a simple sentence. Let's go to another example. He lost all hope because he was deceived by his own friends. So because he was deceived by his own friends is an adverb class that is reduced to a adverb phrase like deceived by his own friends, he lost all hope. And let us see how do we convert compound to complex sentences. I think you all know in compound sentences we have two main classes. And how do we convert compound to complex sentence? We have to convert one of the main classes into subordinate class. For example, search his pocket and you will find a watch. Here there are two main classes. We have to convert one of the main classes into subordinate class in order to change into a complex sentence. If you search his pocket, you will find a watch. So this is a complex sentence. Second example, he wished to become learned, he studied very well. So, as he wished to become learned, he studied very well. Here, he wished to become learned is a main class which is converted into subordinate class as he wished to become learned. So this is how we converted this compound sentence into complex sentence. He is buried near Rome, myrtles grow round his grave. And how do we join this into a complex sentence? Let us see. He is buried in a place where myrtles grow. He aimed to win the prize and worked hard. He worked hard so that he might win the prize. He aimed to win the prize. The main class is converted into subordinate class so that he might win the prize. Do your best, you will never regret. If you do your best, you will never regret. Here, a main class do your best is converted into subordinate class so that it becomes a complex sentence. Be diligent, you will succeed. This is a compound sentence. And how do you convert into complex sentence? We have to convert the be diligent main class into subordinate class. Like, if you are diligent, you will succeed. Do this and you will be punished. If you do this, you will be punished. Give me the book, I will read it. If you give me the book, I will read it. Take quinine and your fever will be cured. If you take quinine, your fever will be cured. So this is how we converted compound sentences into a complex sentences. Let us see how do we convert complex to compound sentences. For example, though he is poor, he is happy. In this, though he is poor is a subordinate class, he is happy is the main class. And how do we convert into compound sentence? In order to convert complex to compound sentences, we have to convert subordinate class into main class. Here, though he is poor, here converted as he is poor but he is happy. These two main classes are coordinated by coordinating conjunction but. Next example, study hard lest you should fail. Study hard or you will fail. Here, lest you should fail is a subordinate class. It is converted into main class. Study hard or you will fail. As soon as the crowd saw the hero, they started shouting. The crowd saw the hero and started shouting. This is the compound sentence where as soon as the crowd saw the hero, subordinate class is converted into main class. The crowd saw the hero. Since the weather was bad, the match did not take place. Here, since the weather was bad is a subordinate class, it is converted into main class, like the weather was bad and the match did not take place. I saw a girl who was singing. Here, who was singing, it's an adjective class qualifying girl. And how do we convert into compound sentence? Let us see. I saw a girl and she was singing. Here, who was singing, adjective class is converted into main class. Next example, if you do not study hard, I will be unable to get good marks. So let me study hard, otherwise I will be unable to get good marks. This is how we converted into compound sentence. If you do not practice more, you cannot become a good singer. If you do not practice more, subordinate class is converted into main class, practice more, like practice more or you cannot become a good singer. If you read more, your writing capability will increase. If you read more, subordinate class is converted into main class, read more. Read more and your writing capability will increase. The place is so crowded that I cannot find a place to stand. Here, the place is very crowded and so I cannot find a place to stand. So it's a compound sentence. Unless you practice hard, you cannot become a good singer. So unless you practice hard is a subordinate class, it is converted into main class. Practice hard. Practice hard or you cannot become a good singer. Let us see how do we convert simple to compound sentences. So in simple sentence, how do we convert means, in simple sentences, we have a word or phrase, we have to expand that word or phrase into main class. For example, climbing up the tree, he plucked some mangoes. Here, climbing up the tree is the adverb phrase, where we have to convert this adverb phrase into a main class. Like, he climbed up the tree and plucked some mangoes. Second example, being ill, he did not attend the party. So here we have to expand the phrase being ill, like he was ill and did not attend the party. Besides being pretty, she is clever. Here she is not only pretty but also clever. In spite of his illness, he attended the class. He was ill but he attended the classes. He must run fast to catch the train. So this is a simple sentence, and how do we convert into compound? Let us see. He must run fast or he will not catch the train. So this is how we converted simple into compound sentences. Let us see how do we convert compound to simple sentences. In the same way, how do we convert means, in the compound we have two main classes where we have to reduce one of the main classes into a word or phrase. For example, he got up and walked away. So here we are reducing one of the main classes, like he got up is reduced to getting up. Getting up, he walked away. In the same way, he must return the money or he will be punished. He must return the money to escape punishment. They not only looted the shop but also set fire to it. It's a compound sentence. How do we convert into simple sentence? Let us see. Besides looting the house, they also set fire to it. He ran away and thus escaped punishment. He ran away in order to escape punishment. So this is how we converted compound sentences into simple sentences. Let us see how do we convert simple sentences into complex sentence. Here complex sentence means it should have main class and subordinate classes. So how do we convert means, we have to expand a word in simple sentences into a subordinate class. How do we convert? Let us see. I saw a wounded dog. I saw a dog that was wounded. Here that was wounded is the subordinate class. So it has become a complex sentence. Next example. The girl sitting next to Peter is his sister. So how do we convert into complex sentence? The girl who is sitting next to Peter is his sister. Here who is sitting next to Peter is a subordinate class, then an adjective class qualifying the girl, and it is a complex sentence. I was the first to reach the spot. I was the first who reached the spot. Here to is the infinitive, to reach is the infinitive, that is being converted into an adjective class, like I was the first who reached the spot. We need a house to live in. We need a house where we can live in. It's a complex sentence. This is how we have converted simple to complex sentences. After observing so many examples, here the table has been framed for the convenience of students, where we can easily convert the sentences either into simple or compound or complex. Let us see the table. Simple, if there is in spite of, despite in the simple sentence. In compound, we may use but, at, still. In complex, we can use though, although, even though. And for that example, in spite of his poverty, he is honest. How do we compound? In the compound, we may use but, at, still. He is poor, but he is honest. Complex. Though he is poor, he is honest. Or we may use although he is poor, he is honest. See the second example. In spite of his richness, he felt unhappy. He was rich, but he felt unhappy. Complex. Though he is rich, he felt unhappy. So this is just a tip for the students where they can easily convert one sentence to other. Next, if there is a notwithstanding in the simple sentence, where we can use and in compound and since in the complex sentences. For example, notwithstanding the pressure, he did not succeed at work. He could not withstand the pressure at work and did not succeed. This is a compound sentence. And complex, since he could not withstand the pressure at work, he did not succeed. Example 2. Notwithstanding the stomach ache, he was admitted into hospital. Compound. How do we change into compound? In compound, we may use and, like he could not withstand the stomach ache and he was admitted into hospital. It's a compound sentence. And how do we change into complex? By using since. Since he could not withstand the stomach ache, he was admitted into hospital. And if there is a verb plus ing in simple sentence, we can use and in compound sentence, when and as in complex sentence. For example, running at top speed, he got out of breath. So, where we have verb plus ing, running at a top speed. And how do we convert into compound? Compound, we make use of coordinating conjunction and. He ran at top speed and got out of breath. Complex, when he ran at top speed, he got out of breath. And you see the second example also. Finding himself in difficulty, he went to his friend for help. He found himself in difficulty and went to his friend for help. Complex, when he found himself in difficulty, he went to his friend for help. So, this is how we convert the sentences like this. And if there is being, on account of, owing to in simple sentence, we use so and so in compound sentences, as since in complex sentences. For example, being a cripple, he cannot ride a horse. Compound sentence. He is a cripple and so he cannot ride a horse. Complex. As he is crippled, he cannot ride a horse. And let's go to another example. Being poor, he often suffered a great hardship. Compound. They were poor and so they often suffered a hardship. Complex. Since or as, we may use either of them. Since they were poor, they often suffered a great hardship. As they were poor, they often suffered a great hardship. And if there is in the event of in simple sentence, we use or in compound if in complex sentence. Let's see the second example. In the event of committing the mistake again, you will be punished. How do we use in compound? Don't commit the mistake again or you will be punished. Complex. If you commit the mistake again, you will be punished. So, next. If there is to in simple sentence, we may use in compound sentence very and so. And in complex, we may use so that. For example, the tea is too hot to drink. Compound sentence, the tea is very hot and so it cannot be drunk. Complex, tea is so hot that it cannot be drunk. In example 2, he was too sleepy to listen to her attentively. He was very sleepy and he could not listen to her attentively. Complex, he was so sleepy that he could not listen to her attentively. So, here there are exercise students. You just convert the sentences where if you do the exercise, you get hold on this topic. First, the old man being weak could not walk properly. So, this is a simple sentence where you have to convert into compound sentence. On seeing the policeman, the thief fled away. You have to convert into complex sentence. Unless he works hard, he cannot pass the examination, where you need to convert into compound sentence. Let me reach my office, then I shall talk to him. You have to change into complex sentence. Since the weather was very bad, we did not start the journey. You have to change into simple sentence. He is rich, yet he is unhappy. You have to change into simple sentence. So, you try this exercise, students. After you tried, you can look at the answers. Here, these are the answers which you can correct yourself. Like first, the old man was weak, therefore he could not walk properly. So, here are the answers. And you see the exercise 2 also, where you practice the exercise, where the answers are given. In the same way, exercise 3, answers are given. Like this, you practice the exercise so that you will be well versed with this topic. Thank you, dear student. Thank you for patient listening. Good luck, students.
గుడ్ ఆఫ్టర్నూన్ స్టూడెంట్స్. సో ఈరోజు మనం నేర్చుకోబోయే టాపిక్ పోలరైజేషన్. సో బిఫోర్ గోయింగ్ టు అవర్ టాపిక్ పోలరైజేషన్ ఐ విల్ ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ అబౌట్ లైట్. ఎందుకంటే మనం ప్రతిరోజు నేచర్లో చూస్తున్నాము, ఏదైనా ఒక ఆబ్జెక్ట్ చూస్తున్నాము అంటే కారణం లైట్. సో ఒకసారి లైట్ యొక్క ప్రాపర్టీస్ ఏమిటి దాని గురించి బ్రీఫ్గా డిస్కస్ చేసి మన పోలరైజేషన్ టాపిక్లోకి వెళ్దాం. సో మెయిన్ ఆబ్జెక్టివ్స్ ఆఫ్ ద టుడే టాపిక్ ఈజ్ లైట్ అండ్ ఇట్స్ ప్రాపర్టీస్, అండ్ నెక్స్ట్ polarization, introduction, how we can represent an unpolarized light, means normal light మనం ఎలా రిప్రజెంట్ చేస్తాము, అండ్ నెక్స్ట్ వన్ హిస్టరీ ఆఫ్ polarization and polarizer, analyzer, Marler's law and polarization methods. We will discuss one by one. So before I will explain about light. Actually light అనేది న్యూటన్స్ ఫస్ట్ కార్పుస్లర్ థియరీ కనిపెట్టాడు. అంటే లైట్ అనేది పార్టికల్ రూపంలో ఉంటుంది అని రిఫ్లెక్షన్, రిఫ్రాక్షన్ ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేశారు. కానీ తర్వాత వచ్చిన మీరు ఇప్పటి వరకు నేర్చుకున్న 2 టాపిక్స్ ఉన్నాయి కదా, డైఫ్రాక్షన్ అండ్ ఇంటర్ఫిరెన్స్. ఈ రెండు కూడా పార్టికల్ నేచర్తో మనం ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేయలేం. కాబట్టి హైగెన్స్ వేవ్ థియరీ ద్వారా మాత్రమే ఈ డైఫ్రాక్షన్, ఇంటర్ఫిరెన్స్ అనే దాన్ని ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేయొచ్చు. సరే, ఈ 4 ప్రాపర్టీస్ రిఫ్లెక్షన్, రిఫ్రాక్షన్, డైఫ్రాక్షన్ అండ్ ఇంటర్ఫిరెన్స్, ఈ 4 ప్రాపర్టీస్ చదివినప్పుడు మీరు ఎక్కడా కూడా లైట్ అనేది ట్రాన్స్వర్సా, లాంగిట్యూడ్నల్ అనేది ఎక్కడ కూడా మనం స్టడీ చేయలేం. అంటే లాంగిట్యూడ్నల్ వేవ్స్ అండ్ ట్రాన్స్వర్స్ వేవ్స్ ఎగ్జిబిట్ ఆల్ దీస్ 4 ప్రాపర్టీస్, బట్ ఓన్లీ పోలరైజేషన్ ప్రాపర్టీ only demonstrate this transverse nature of light. What is meant by transverse nature? Means transverse wave means the vibration of molecule in the medium when light pass through it. When light pass through it, vibrates perpendicular to the direction of the light propagation. And longitudinal means the molecules vibrate parallel to the direction of propagation. This is transverse and longitudinal. Okay, so only polarization gives the light is transverse nature. So what is polarization? See, this is ordinary light. You can see unpolarized light, polarizer and polarizer light. I will discuss one by one how we represent unpolarized light. See, this is an electromagnetic wave. Light is in the form of an electromagnetic wave given by Maxwell. Electromagnetic wave means light consists of perpendicular waves. One wave is electric field and another one is magnetic field, and this is the direction of propagation. So in simple way how we can represent an unpolarized light. See, here only electric vectors are there, because మనం ఏదైనా ఒక వస్తువుని చూస్తున్నాము అంటే కారణం మనకు ఓన్లీ ఎలక్ట్రిక్ ఫీల్డ్ వైబ్రేట్ అవ్వడం వల్ల మాత్రమే. సో మ్యాగ్నెటిక్ ఫీల్డ్ అనేది మనం చూడలేం. సో ఓన్లీ ఎలక్ట్రిక్ ఫీల్డ్ వెక్టార్స్ మాత్రమే నేను ఇక్కడ రిప్రజెంట్ చేస్తాను. సో ఇన్ వేవ్ని ముందు నుంచి చూస్తే కనుక ఇన్ ఫ్రంట్ వ్యూ వీ కెన్ సీ లైక్ దిస్. దిస్ ఈస్ ద ప్లేన్ ఆఫ్ ఆసిలేషన్. సో దిస్ ఈజ్ ఓన్లీ వన్ డైరెక్షన్. ఇట్ మే బీ ఇన్ డిఫరెంట్ డైరెక్షన్స్. సీ, దీస్ ఆర్ ద atoms in the medium. This atom may be vibrate in this direction and in this direction, any direction the atom can vibrate. So we can represent this unpolarized light like this. It may be in any direction. So this is unpolarized light. So in simple way this unpolarized light can be represented in 2 vectors. Why? Because we know vector properties. All these vectors can be resolved into horizontal and vertical vectors. So after resolution we can get this simpler way of an unpolarized light representation. So in side view, this is front view. If you see this wave in side view, we can represent this representation. Okay, so next, so this unpolarized light can be represented as like this. One arrow, this indicates vibration of molecule in the plane of the screen or paper, and this dot indicates the vibration of the molecule perpendicular to the plane of the paper. So first, what is polarization? Yes, already discussed. It's a property of transverse wave, not longitudinal wave. Property of transverse wave that specifies the geometrical orientation of the oscillation. Molecule యొక్క vibration ని geometrical గా represent చేస్తుంది polarization అనేది. So mainly exhibited by electromagnetic waves, that is light, gravitational waves, that is vibration of the masses, and transverse sound waves also. There are longitudinal sound waves and transverse sound waves. Those are called shear waves. These all exhibited by these all exhibits polarization. And what is the history? Actually, before the name polarization, in 1969, Bartholinus, the first scientist found double refraction. I will discuss later what is double refraction, but at that time they don't know about the polarization. So based upon the double refraction, Huygens interpreted the polarization. After that, in 1808, Louis Malus and scientist మనకి ఈ polarization అంటే పేరు, why this polarization, nomenclature చూసుకుంటే మీరు ఆల్రెడీ వినుంటారు. polarization అంటే మీన్స్ మీరు మ్యాగ్నెటిక్ మెటీరియల్స్ తీసుకుంటే కనుక టూ మ్యాగ్నెట్స్ మధ్యన ఇన్సైడ్ ఏదైనా మ్యాగ్నెటిక్ బాడీస్ ఉంటే టూ మ్యాగ్నెట్స్ని పెట్టిన వెంటనే అవి ఆ డైరెక్షన్లో అలైన్ అవుతాయి. అదేవిధంగా మనకి ఎలక్ట్రిక్ డైపోల్స్ కూడా టూ కెపాసిటర్స్ ప్లేట్స్ అంటే పాజిటివ్ ప్లేట్ అండ్ నెగిటివ్ ప్లేట్ మధ్యలో ఎలక్ట్రిక్ డైపోల్స్ పెడితే ఆ పాజిటివ్ అండ్ నెగిటివ్ వైపు అలైన్ అయిపోతాయి. సో అదేవిధంగా అక్కడ తీసుకున్నవి మనం బాడీస్, మ్యాగ్నెటిక్ బాడీస్ అండ్ ఎలక్ట్రిక్ మెటీరియల్స్. కానీ ఇక్కడ లైట్ అనేది మనకు జస్ట్ వేవ్ నేచర్. సో హౌ దీస్ light particles align. At that time, Malus discovered the name polarization. We don't know whether it is wave or particle. He just hypothesized, that's all. The light after reflection is aligned in the direction of propagation. So that alignment is known as polarization. So now I will discuss about what is polarizer and analyzer. See, we know that this is the representation of unpolarized light. When this ordinary light fall on a tourmaline crystal, this is tourmaline crystal which allows only one direction through it. So if you fall unpolarized light on tourmaline crystal, it allows only one direction and blocks the direction perpendicular to the plane of the paper. So that's why this is called polarizer, means it converts unpolarized light to polarized light. Okay. So now some terminology. See, plane of vibration and plane of polarization. సో ఎక్కడైతే మాలిక్యూల్ వైబ్రేట్ అవుతుందో ఆ మాలిక్యూల్ ఉన్న ప్లేన్ని మనం ప్లేన్ ఆఫ్ వైబ్రేషన్ అంటాం. అండ్ పెర్పెండిక్యులర్గా ఉన్న ప్లేన్ ఆఫ్ వైబ్రేషన్కి పెర్పెండిక్యులర్గా ఉన్న ప్లేన్ని మనం ప్లేన్ ఆఫ్ పోలరైజేషన్ అని అంటాం. సో ఇప్పుడు మనం ఇంటెన్సిటీస్ని కనుక అబ్జర్వ్ చేస్తే, సి దిస్ ఈజ్ పోలరైజర్, means this is unpolarized light and this is polarized light. So one component gets blocked, right? That's why intensity decreases by half. So now take another same tourmaline crystal and put here parallel to the polarizer axis. Analyzer axis is parallel to the polarizer axis. Then you can observe that same intensity is passed through the second tourmaline. Why it is called analyzer, we can see here the intensity. See, suppose this second tourmaline crystal is rotated through small angle, then what happen, you can observe clearly here the total intensity I naught by 2, but if you rotate this, the output has some reduced intensity. And if you rotate it 90 degrees, completely rotate, right, and it means the axis is perpendicular to the analyzer axis. This is 0. There is no light coming out from the analyzer. That means the light in between these two tourmaline crystal is polarized light. అంటే ఈ ఫస్ట్ tourmaline crystal లైట్ని పోలరైజ్ చేస్తే సెకండ్ టోర్మలైన్ క్రిస్టల్ ఇది పోలరైజా కాదా అనేది తెలుపుతుంది. దానివల్ల దాన్ని ఎనలైజర్, విశ్లేషణకారి అంటాం. పోలరైజర్ అంటే ధ్రువణకారి. ఓకే, సో అంటే మనకి కంప్లీట్గా I ఈజ్ ఈక్వల్ టు 0, ఎనలైజర్ అని సో ఇవి వచ్చిన పోలరైజర్ నుంచి వచ్చిన లైట్ పోలరైజ్డ్ లైట్ అని ఎప్పుడు అంటాము? ఎనలైజర్ రొటేట్ చేస్తున్నప్పుడు ఇంటెన్సిటీ కనుక మ్యాక్సిమం నుంచి జీరోకి వేరీ అయితే దాన్ని పోలరైజ్డ్ లైట్ అంటారు. అలా కాకుండా ఎనలైజర్ ప్యారలల్ అండ్ పెర్పెండిక్యులర్గా ఉన్నప్పుడు మ్యాక్సిమం టు మినిమం ఉంటే అది అన్పోలరైజ్డ్ లైట్ అని అంటాం. సో నౌ దిస్ ఈజ్ అ పోలరైజ్డ్ లైట్. సో ఓకే, సో ఇట్ సమ్ యాంగిల్, స్మాల్ యాంగిల్ ప్రీవియస్ సైడ్ చూస్తున్నట్టు ఇక్కడ ఇంటెన్సిటీ తగ్గిందని అనుకున్నాం. బట్ వాట్ ఈస్ దట్ ఇంటెన్సిటీ? హౌ మచ్ ఇట్ ఈస్? సో ప్రీవియస్గా ప్యారలల్గా ఉంటే maximum intensity I0/2 and perpendicularగా ఉంటే 0. But in between 0 and 90, what is the intensity of light coming from the analyzer? This was given by our scientist Malus, and he gave a formula. See, this is Malus law. So this is the axis of polarizer and this is the axis of analyzer. Theta is the angle between these two. So now see, E0, let E0 be the amplitude of electric vector and E0 cos theta. So this is theta and E0 cos theta is the component of E0. So this is E0 cos theta and that perpendicular E0 sin theta. Only we can calculate E0 cos theta. So what is the intensity of this? That is, intensity coming from the analyzer is E0 square cos square theta. Means I is proportional to intensity is proportional to amplitude square. We know that. That's why I put here I is equal to E0 square and I is equal to E0 cos theta whole square. So if you divide these two, what happen? I by I0 is equal to this first E0 cos theta whole square divided by E0 square. So E0 square cancel, we get cos square theta. So I is equal to I0 cos square theta, that is I proportional to cos square theta. So this is the Malus law. That means the intensity coming from the analyzer, the intensity of light coming from the analyzer is proportional to the square of the angle of the cosine angle between analyzer and polarizer. See, this is suppose theta is equal to 0. That means both are parallel. Then we get maximum intensity. When theta is equal to 90, that means both are perpendicular, we get intensity 0. That is, the light coming from polarizer is polarized light. So let's go to the methods. So how we can get polarized light? There are different methods. So daily మీరు చూస్తున్నాం, యాక్చువల్గా మనం ట్రావెల్ చేస్తున్నప్పుడు మన సన్ గ్లాసెస్ యూజ్ చేస్తాం. సో సన్ గ్లాసెస్ ఎందుకు యూజ్ చేస్తాము? ఆ లైట్ గ్లాస్ మీద పడి రిఫ్లెక్ట్ అవుతుంది. మ్యాక్సిమం అంటే మన లైట్ రిఫ్లెక్ట్ పడి లైట్ సన్ గ్లాస్ మీద పడి రిఫ్లెక్ట్ అవుతుంది. అంటే మన ఐకి రీచ్ అయ్యేసరికి కొంత పోలరైజ్డ్ లైట్ వచ్చి రావడం వలన మనం ఎదుర్కొన్న ఉన్న ఆబ్జెక్ట్స్ని చూడగలం. సో దట్టు మనం సన్ని డైరెక్ట్గా చూడలేం. కారణం సన్ నుంచి వచ్చిన లైట్ అన్పోలరైజ్డ్ లైట్ డైరెక్ట్గా మన ఐకి రీచ్ అవుతుంది. అంటే మధ్యలో ఎక్కడ కూడా మనం పోలరైజ్డ్ అవ్వలేదు. సమ్ బిట్ బై స్కాటరింగ్ వలన అవుతుంది, వెరీ లిటిల్ పోలరైజేషన్. బట్ వెన్ సన్లైట్ ఫాల్ ఆన్ ఎన్ ఆబ్జెక్ట్ అండ్ రిఫ్లెక్ట్ బ్యాక్ వీ కెన్ సీ ఈజీలీ ద ఆబ్జెక్ట్. సో అంటే మీనింగ్ ఏంటి? సన్లైట్ నుంచి వచ్చిన అన్పోలరైజ్డ్ లైట్ మనకి రిఫ్లెక్షన్ ద్వారా పోలరైజేషన్ జరిగి మన ఆబ్జెక్ట్ని క్లియర్గా చూడగలుగుతున్నాం. అంటే గ్లేరింగ్ని మినిమైజ్ చేయగలుగుతున్నాం. ఆ విధంగా డిఫరెంట్ మెథడ్స్ ఉన్నాయి. సో వాటి రిఫ్లెక్షన్, రిఫ్రాక్షన్, డబుల్ రిఫ్రాక్షన్ అండ్ సెలెక్టివ్ అబ్జార్ప్షన్, స్కాటరింగ్. I will discuss one by one. So these are the polarization. First we will go for reflection. So reflection is the simplest way of producing plain polarized light. Simply just don't observe the light directly, but you can see the light after reflection. So it was discovered by firstly Malus in 1808. Polarization angle was measured by Brewster law. అంటే మీనింగ్ జస్ట్ మాలస్ రిఫ్లెక్ట్ అయిన తర్వాత లైట్ అనేది పోలరైజ్ అవుతుందని చెప్పాడు, కానీ అది వెదర్ ఇట్ ఈస్ కంప్లీట్లీ పోలరైజ్డ్ ఆర్ నాట్ అనేది మనకి తెలియదు. సో ఏ యాంగిల్ వద్ద మనకి ఈ రిఫ్లెక్ట్ అయిన లైట్ కంప్లీట్గా పోలరైజ్ అవుతుంది అనేది కనిపెట్టింది మన సైంటిస్ట్ బ్రూస్టర్ ఇన్ 1811. So this is Brewster's law. See, here this is glass and air. So this is unpolarized light. So at 57 degrees angle we get complete polarized light. How we can find this 57 degrees? At this angle only we get complete polarized light. So how we can calculate this? Yes, Brewster scientist gave a law, that is mu is equal to tan p. So that means the refractive index of the glass should be equal to tan of the angle of incidence, then only we get completely polarized light. So and then we can also found that this r plus I is equal to 90. So because here see, mu is equal to tan p sin p by cos p, then you know that Snell's law, sin p by sin r, and equal these two, then we can get r plus p is equal to 90 degrees. So Brewster gave an important equation, that is mu is equal to tan p. So next method, సో బ్రెస్టర్స్ లా మెయిన్ యాక్చువల్లీ ఇందాక డిస్కస్ చేస్తున్నట్టు సన్ గ్లాసెస్ తయారు చేసేటప్పుడు ఈ లాన్ బేస్ చేసుకుని తయారు చేస్తాం. ఫోటోగ్రాఫర్స్ ఆల్సో ఎప్పుడైనా సపోజ్ సన్ వీ వాంట్ టు టేక్ ఏ ఫోటో దట్ ఈస్ ఇన్ స్కై. సో ఆ ఫోటోస్ మన క్లారిటీ కోసం, ఇమేజ్ క్లారిటీ కోసం ఫోటోగ్రాఫర్స్ మనకి బ్రెస్టర్స్ లా ఉపయోగించి గ్లాసెస్ తయారు చేస్తారు. సో నెక్స్ట్ మెథడ్ రిఫ్రాక్షన్. So you can see this, previous case we see reflected light gets polarized, but what happens to refracted light? Because it travels from one medium to other medium, so some of the light gets reflected and some of the light get refracted. This is polarized light and this is refracted light, but this is not completely polarized. How we can polarize this refracted light? See, this is the arrangement. See, for one glass this is the percentage of polarization. So if you use more than one, means 9 or 10 glasses, means like this, arrange like this. So for each glass decreases the unpolarization to the refracted light, and finally we get complete polarized light in refraction. So this is double refraction, the most important method of polarization. Actually based on this method only we found so many things, Nicol prism and Babinet compensator, Polaroids, many things. So see, what is double refraction? See, you can observe this prism. So don't confuse this with dispersion. This is only single wavelength. Dispersion means this is when it is white light, then it disperse. This prism is glass, disperse different light rays, that different colors, but this is not a glass plate. This is a special material. That special, why so called special? When it is single wavelength, it refracts it in two ways. So that special materials are calcite, quartz, tourmaline, ruby, so many crystals are there. So in those crystals, even when we incident a single wavelength, it refracted into two rays. Those rays are called ordinary ray and extraordinary rays. I will discuss later about these two. So simple. This is about double refraction. So mainly double refraction base చేసుకున్న ప్రిజం మనకి నికోల్ ప్రిజం. ఫస్ట్ ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేసింది బార్తోలెనస్. సో ఇది నెక్స్ట్ మెథడ్ సెలెక్టివ్ అబ్జార్ప్షన్. సో ఇక్కడ డబుల్ రిఫ్రాక్షన్ ఆర్ బైరెఫ్రిజెన్స్. డబుల్ రిఫ్రాక్షన్లోనే ఒక క్లాస్ మనకి సెలెక్టివ్ అబ్జార్ప్షన్. ఇక్కడ కూడా డబుల్ రిఫ్రాక్షన్ జరుగుతుంది. దీస్ ఆర్ ద వెర్టికల్ వైబ్రేషన్స్ and dots are the perpendicular vibrations. See, when pass through the crystal, after some time the vertical lines get absorbed by the material. So in this materials, calcite and quartz, both light rays comes out. We can see both light rays, but in this type of crystals known as dichronic crystals, and example tourmaline and herapatite. Herapatite means Polaroid. Okay, so due to this absorption of extraordinary ray, in this crystal, this is known as selective absorption. We will get only one pure polarized light. So, this is the property based on selective absorption. So, the last method is scattering. So, okay, scattering. Why is sky is blue? All you know about scattering. See, this is unpolarized light. When fall on a molecule, it gets different directions. If you see directly in the direction of the scattered light, we see unpolarized light. If you change the angle, some partially polarized. If you see perpendicular to the direction of the propagation, we get completely polarized light. So, by using this scattering, we can get polarized light. Okay, thank you. The CaCO3, actually this is solid. So, by using basic building block అని అంటాం, దీన్ని మనం యాక్చువల్గా యూనిట్ సెల్ అని కూడా అంటాము, మీకు అంత ఐడియా ఉండదు. సో I am showing here unit cell and the structure is rhombohedral structure. Rhombohedral structure means మనకి 6 faces ఉంటాయి, parallelogram faces, and angles are obtuse and more than 90 degrees and less than 90 degrees ఉంటాయి. So, that is the rhombohedral structure. See, there is a one corner, this is A, and other corner, this is B. At these corners, we observe that the angles are 109 degrees and other corners 79, 79 and 109, different angles. So, this is rhombohedral structure, and these AB, where the all angles are more than 90 degrees, that is 109, 109, 109, are called blunt corners. Okay. So, what is optic axis? Actually ga మనం ముందు optic axis and principal section అని నేర్చుకుంటాం. సో, అసలు మీకు ఒక ఐడియా ఉండాలి ఆప్టిక్ యాక్సిస్ అంటే. సో, ఆప్టిక్ యాక్సిస్ అంటే ఎనీ వన్, ఇక్కడ బ్లంట్ కార్నర్ అని నేర్చుకున్నాం కదా, ఈ బ్లంట్ కార్నర్ పాయింట్ నుంచి పాస్ అవుతున్న ఏ లైన్ అయినా మనకి అది ఆప్టిక్ యాక్సిస్ అవుతుంది. సో, ఓన్లీ బ్లంట్ కార్నరే కాకుండా దాని ప్యారలల్గా ఉన్న ఏ యాక్సిస్ కూడా, ప్రతి యాక్సిస్ని మనం ఆప్టిక్ యాక్సిస్ అనొచ్చు. సో, ఇప్పుడు ప్రిన్సిపల్ సెక్షన్ అంటే ఏమిటి, ఇది యాక్సిస్. ఇప్పుడు ప్రిన్సిపల్ సెక్షన్ అంటే ప్లేన్ అంటే the plane containing this axis and perpendicular to any of the two opposite faces. So, you see, so I will show you later principal section. Okay. So, what is principal section? It contains the optic axis and perpendicular to any of two opposite faces. So, in this we can have 3 principal sections because there are 6 faces in the calcite crystal. This is the geometry. So, you already know about double refraction. See, this is pencil, above that I put a calcite. Okay. So, this is we are observing actually if it is if it is glass or mirror, we observe only one image, but here 2 images are there. So, one image is due to ordinary ray and another image is due to extraordinary ray. Okay. This is about double refraction. So, just what is ordinary ray and extraordinary ray? Just simply remember, ordinary ray means ordinary పేర్లోనే ఉంది కదా. So, it obeys ordinary refraction laws. What is ordinary means? Suppose Snell's law. Snell's law means mu is equal to sin I by sin r. So, ordinary ray obeys refraction laws, but extraordinary ray does not obey these laws. And electric field vector. So, see, ordinary ray is always perpendicular to the optic axis and extraordinary ray is always parallel to the optic axis. ఎక్కడైనా మనం ఏ క్రిస్టల్లో తీసుకున్న ఆప్టిక్ యాక్సిస్కి ప్యారలల్గా వస్తున్న రేని ఎక్స్ట్రాఆర్డినరీ రే అంటాము, ఆప్టిక్ యాక్సిస్కి పెర్పెండిక్యులర్గా వస్తున్న రేని ఆర్డినరీ రే అంటాము. సో, అండ్ రిఫ్రాక్టివ్ ఇండెక్స్, ఫర్ calcite, what is the refractive index of the ordinary ray? It is more than extraordinary ray. So, hence velocity less than extraordinary ray. And then image, yeah, you see in this figure how we can find which one is ordinary light and which one is extraordinary light? See, here this is a dot, and if you rotate this crystal, if one dot is fixed, that fixed dot image is called ordinary image and due to ordinary ray, and which is moved along with the crystal is called extraordinary image, that is due to extraordinary ray. And angle of incidence, actually for ordinary ray angle of incidence is same for all eye, but extraordinary ray varies with the eye. Okay, now we will go to Nicol prism. So, okay, this is the first prism obtaining plane polarized light and discovered by Nicol scientist. See, this is Nicol prism. Before going to Nicol prism construction, I will explain about critical angle. You know already, when it passes through denser medium to rarer medium, this is water and air. So, see, at particular angle known as critical angle, the refracted ray traces the surface, and after critical angle it gets completely reflected back. So, this is total internal reflection. So, I will show you here. So, yes, this is the principal section of the calcite crystal, and this is the optic axis. Okay, now this calcite crystal first cut into, here I am taking only the principal section. Okay, in this principal section I am cutting first the along diagonal and attach these two with a material known as Canada balsam. Why we are doing like this? See, actually, yeah, here it is, when unpolarized light fall on calcite crystal, we get both E and O ray. Okay. So, when in order to remove one ray, ordinary ray, we are here taking Canada balsam, because this calcite crystal refractive index for ordinary ray 1.658 and for extraordinary ray 1.486. So, between these two 1.55, this refractive index material is Canada balsam. See, for ordinary ray this is a denser medium and Canada balsam medium is rarer medium. So, denser to rarer, that means it can totally reflected back when we incident this ordinary ray more than critical angle, that is 69 degrees. So, actually first we have to grounded this face AB from 71 degrees to 69, and then and then polarized light, unpolarized light is incident on this AB surface. So, this is the construction. So, how this Nicol prism is worked? Yeah. So, ordinary ray is, when it falls on AB surface, it splits into two rays, that is extraordinary and ordinary ray. See, for extraordinary ray this is rarer medium and this is denser medium. That is why it passes through passes through the along the direction of the propagation. But ordinary ray, this is the denser medium and this is rarer medium. So, when it falls on the rarer medium, it gets reflected, and Nicol tube absorb this ray. We get only extraordinary ray, that is purely polarized light. So, this is about Nicol prism. And what are the applications? Yes, any polarizer can be used as an analyzer. See here the pictures, this is polarizer and this is analyzer. When it is placed parallel, these axes parallel, then we can get light, but when these two are put in crossed position, then we don't get any light. That means this first Nicol prism gives completely polarized light, because intensity becomes 0. And these Nicol prisms can also be used in microscopy and polarimetry, means we can easily see. Microscopy means molecular compounds, and we can clearly image the molecules in chemistry, and in also polarimetry we can use these Nicol prisms. Thank you. Okay, in our third session, I will explain about Babinet's compensator. Okay, so before going to the session, these are the objectives: half-wave plate, quarter-wave plate, and those limitations, how we overcome these limitations by Babinet's compensator, and what is the construction and working and applications of Babinet's compensator. So before going to the this Babinet's compensator, I will briefly explain half-wave plate, quarter-wave plate. Okay. So what is wave plate? See, it is an optical device where is polarization state of light passing through it. Means till now we discussed about double refraction. There is one ray, ordinary ray, and other ray, extraordinary ray. Okay, ఈ రెండిట్ల మధ్యన phase difference. So ఎంత ఉంటుంది? Suppose if it is fixed, that means if it is 90 degrees, that plate is called half wave plate. 90 degrees means lambda by 2, that's why half wave plate. And if it is 180 degrees, that means lambda by 4, this is called quarter wave plate. So see, this is a wave plate and made up of quartz, actually quartz crystal. Previous case, nickel prism made up of calcite, and here the wave plate is made up of quartz, because quartz is a positive crystal and calcite crystal is negative crystal. Positive, negative means, what is positive crystal and what is negative crystal? Positive crystal means the ordinary light ray moves faster than extraordinary light ray. Negative crystal means the ordinary light ray slower than the extraordinary light. So here we are using quartz crystal, positive crystal. Okay. So here see, this is unpolarized light when fall on the optic axis. See, this is ordinary and this is extraordinary, and there is a difference in the velocity. So there is a difference in path difference, because velocity difference is there, hence path difference is there, and hence phase difference is there. So depending upon the path difference, the wave plate is named as half wave plate and quarter wave plate. And what are the, see, suppose this is the direction of the polarized light, then if you put this polarized light before half wave plate, it shifts these polarizing states. Okay, and this is quarter wave plate. When you put this polarized light before a quarter wave plate, it makes it as a circularly polarized light, because here circular, because this light ray makes an angle 45 degrees with the slow axis. See, suppose it is in this direction, we get left circularly polarized light. If this is changed to this direction, this is right circularly polarized light. Okay. And if other than 45 degrees, suppose other than 45 degrees means when we fall this polarized light on quarter wave plate in other than 45 degrees, we can get elliptically polarized light. So now what is Babinet's compensator? See here, this wave plate, quarter wave plate is fixed thickness, T is fixed. So only one wavelength. So T fixed means only for one wavelength it gives retardation, means phase difference between ordinary and extraordinary ray. So if you want another retardation and another phase difference, so we have to change the thickness. So that is an improvement over quarter wave plate. So quarter wave plate gives only one path difference, that is lambda by 4, it is fixed. But if you need another path difference, we have to compensate that wave plate by another, means that is Babinet's compensator. So this Babinet's compensator used for different wavelength range by varying thickness. We can easily vary the thickness, and we can use that Babinet compensator for different wavelengths, that means for different colors. Okay. So see, this is the construction. Okay, this is the quartz crystal principal section. You know about the principal section. This is the quartz crystal, and these two quartz crystals are attached along hypotenuse, and this ABC is known as left wedge, and the right wedge is this one, and these are the straight lines, means these are the optic axis. Optic axis parallel to the plane of the paper, and immediate next wedge, this is the perpendicular dot, means perpendicular to the plane of the paper. These are the wedge shaped quartz plates connected like this. Okay. Optic axes are perpendicular to each other. Here this is parallel and this is perpendicular to get retardation at the center. Zero retardation. Why we get zero retardation, I will explain. Okay. Here in this, ABC is fixed and the second wedge shaped quartz plate can be moved using screw. Okay. So now how it working? Babinet's compensator working is, see, suppose we fall on a polarized light, plane polarized light along PQ direction. What happens? We will see. And the plane of vibration should be at some angle with the AB, because if you fall, this plane of vibration along optic axis or perpendicular to optic axis, we can't split the polarized light into ordinary and extraordinary light. Okay. Now when the light fall on AB phase, see what happens in left wedge, the ordinary ray perpendicular to the optic axis and extraordinary ray parallel to the optic axis. When it come to the second right wedge, see, changes. This ordinary light ray changed into extraordinary light ray, because this optic axis is perpendicular to this one. So extraordinary ray parallel to the optic axis, and this extraordinary ray in left wedge is changed to ordinary ray in right wedge. So what happens completely after passing through two wedges, and means at Q, what happens? There is no retardation, zero retardation. Retardation means there is no phase difference between ordinary ray and extraordinary ray. So if you move, means here it is, see, observe the thickness T1 is equal to T2, thicknesses are same. So at the center of the babinet compensator, there is no retardation, there is no phase difference between ordinary and extraordinary ray. If you change the thickness, because babinet compensator is a device in which we can change the thickness and we can change the retardation. So like this, if you move this compensator upwards, so the thickness may change. This is T1 and this is T2. So if the thickness is changed, then what is the retardation after coming from the compensator? So we can calculate like this. Okay. So this is for first wedge, what is the path difference? For this wedge, what is the path difference? Mu E minus mu O into T1. Because our extraordinary having more refractive index than ordinary ray, and the phase difference is the relation 2 pi by lambda into path difference. Now for second wedge, what happens? Path difference mu O minus mu E, because optic axes are perpendicular to each other, into T2, and what is the phase difference? 2 pi by lambda into this path difference. Now what is the resultant path difference? Delta is equal to this plus this, and finally we get 2 pi by lambda into mu E minus mu naught T1 minus T2. See, from this equation we can say that we can vary the thickness by the use of screw. That means we can find retardation, whatever we required. The retardation can be come from this varying thickness, and also for fixed thickness we can use that compensator for different wavelengths, that means for different colors. So all the this is means at the center what we discussed before, the T1 is equal to T2 అవుతుంది కాబట్టి ఇక్కడ డెల్టా అనేది 0 అవుతుంది. అంటే ఆర్డినరీ అండ్ ఎక్స్ట్రా ఆర్డినరీ లైట్ రేస్ మధ్యన ఫేజ్ డిఫరెన్స్ అనేది ఏమి ఉండదు, దాన్ని మనం జీరో ఆర్డర్ రిటార్డేషన్ అని అంటారు. ఓకే, సో ఇప్పటి వరకు మీరు పోలరైజేషన్ అంటే ఏమిటి, అందులో మెథడ్స్ ఎలా మనం ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేస్తాము, తర్వాత డబుల్ రిఫ్రాక్టివ్ మెథడ్ ఉపయోగించి నికాల్ అనే సైంటిస్ట్ నికాల్ ప్రిజం గురించి ఎలా కన్స్ట్రక్ట్ అయింది, ఎలా వర్క్ చేస్తుంది, అంటే మీన్స్ అవుట్పుట్ కంప్లీట్లీ పాలరైజ్డ్ లైట్ ఎలా వస్తుంది అని. తర్వాత మనకి వేవ్ ప్లేట్స్ క్వార్టర్ వేవ్ ప్లేట్ అండ్ హాఫ్ వేవ్ ప్లేట్ వాటి యొక్క లిమిటేషన్స్, ఆ లిమిటేషన్స్ని ఓవర్కమ్ లిమిటేషన్స్ మీన్స్ థిక్నెస్ ఇస్ ఫిక్స్డ్. సో లిమిటేషన్స్ని ఓవర్కమ్ చేయడం కోసం మనం బాబినెట్స్ కంపెన్సేటర్ ఉపయోగించాము. బాబినెట్స్ కంపెన్సేటర్లో మనం వేరియబుల్ థిక్నెస్ చేయొచ్చు అండ్ ఫర్ డిఫరెంట్ వేవ్ లెంత్స్కి మనం ఉపయోగించవచ్చు. సో ఇవన్నిటిని అసలు మనకి పోలరైజర్ లైట్ ఎందుకు అవసరం అవుతుంది అండ్ అసలు పోలరైజేషన్ కాన్సెప్ట్ వల్ల అప్లికేషన్స్ ఏమిటి అనేది మనం జస్ట్ ఆల్రెడీ నేను చెప్పినట్టు సన్ గ్లాసెస్లో అండ్ పోలరాయిడ్స్ ఇప్పుడు మనకి ఈవెన్ మన 3D మూవీ చూస్తున్నాం అనుకోండి, లేదా మన స్పెట్స్ పెట్టుకుంటే కానీ ఇమేజెస్ క్లారిటీగా ఉండదు. సపోజ్ స్పెట్స్ తీసేస్తే ఇమేజెస్ ఎలా ఉంటుంది, మన హెడ్ మూవ్ చేస్తుంటే ఇమేజ్ మూవ్ అవుతుంది. సో అలా మూమెంట్ లేకుండా ఇమేజ్ యొక్క క్లారిటీ కోసం రిఫ్రాక్షన్ అంటే దాంట్లో ఉన్న పోలరైజేషన్ ఓన్లీ వన్ డైరెక్షన్ని మనం అలౌ చేసేలాగా ఈ పోలరాయిడ్స్ని ఉపయోగిస్తాం. ఇంకా మెయిన్ థింగ్, ఫస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్ వెదర్ light ray is transverse or longitudinal, polarization is used and used in sunglasses to reduce the glare. In night time also opposite vehicles glaring is more. So in order to reduce the glaring we are using these polaroid glasses and polaroid filters are used in plastic industries and stress analysis చేయడానికి మనం different areasలో మనం ఈ polarization అనేది ఉపయోగిస్తాం. This is 3D movies what I discussed, and infrared spectroscopy means I discussed we use different wavelengths, so we can use this infrared light ray also uses this polarization. These are the important web links I gathered. These are all this material and this is the end of the topic. Thank you.
Yeah, I am Shyam Babu, lecturer in commerce, SRN Sever Government Degree College, Vijayawada. Today, I will explain you the financial statement analysis. As you already know, there are two statements prepared by the every business firm to disclose the results of the business firm. They are the income and expenditure statement or income statement and balance sheet. These two statements are prepared by every business firm for the purpose to know the results of the business by the interested persons on the business firms. These two financial statements gives a lot of information for the interested persons, that is the shareholders or employees or the customers of the business or the suppliers of the businesses. For them, the results of the business is very important to take the decisions. These information provided by the financial statement is used in the making the decisions through analysis and interpretation of the financial statements. Meckel defines financial statements as analyzing financial statement is the process of evaluating the relationship between the component parts of the financial statement to obtain a better understanding of the business position and performance. As this author defines, the financial statements are very useful because the components of the financial statements gives how the business is performing, how they are selling the goods and how they are earning the profits and what is the financial position. Take for example balance sheet. Balance sheet gives how the company get the financial resources through equity or borrowed debts or current liabilities, and how these funds are invested in the businesses in form of the fixed assets or current assets. And take the income statement. Income statement gives from which sources they are earning the income, that is the sales, how much, or what are the non-operating incomes, and how the company incur the expenses like purchase of the raw material or incurring the expenses, and what is the excess of the income over the expenditure or excess of the expenditure over the income, that is the net loss. These information on these components are displayed by the income statement or balance sheet, and this is not sufficient to take the decision. These statements must be analyzed to calculate or to understand the financial performance, and these statements must be compared with the same company in the industry or same business firm in the industry or the same business firm over a period of time must be analyzed to take a fruitful decisions by the interested persons of the company. And it is the process of identifying the financial strengths, weaknesses of the firm. There are the various methods to analyze these financial statements, like a comparative statement or a comparative balance sheet or common size statement, that is the common size income statement and common size balance sheets, or ratio analysis, trend analysis, and cost profit volume analysis, and there are the so many methods are there to analyze the performance of the company or the business firm over a period of time, or it is the comparable this company with the other business firms in the industry, or inter-industry can be analyzed through various methods. And one of the method to analyze and to know the strengths of the businesses and to know the weaknesses of the business is the ratio analysis. Ratio analysis is the technique and interpretation of the financial statements. Ratio analysis is not end itself, it is only a mean of better understanding. So, ratio analysis, a ratio means it is an expression of the relationship between the two components or two arithmetical components or arithmetical values, how they are the related, they are the correlated or non-correlated, or they have any relationship between these two components are analyzed through this ratio analysis. And why this ratio analysis is useful? How this ratio analysis is useful for the managerials, or how this ratio analysis will be used by the other interested persons, we have to see now. Helps in the taking the decisions. So, for the decision making, this ratio analysis is very helpful. Why? Because the ratios are the simply express the relationship between the two components either in the income statement or balance sheet or intra statements. So, it is very easy to take the decisions based on this ratio analysis. Say for example, what is the gross profit ratio? Taking the gross profit and the sales, we are calculating the gross profit, and how the gross profit ratio is increased over a period of time. Based on that, we can take the decisions how the sales are increased or how the gross profit is increased, and we can expect what is the gross profit to be yield in the future. And next, helps in financial forecasting and planning. So, the another use by the management to take this ratio analysis is forecasting the future based on the past performance, because the ratios are calculating performance of a business over period of time. Take 10 years period or 5 years period or 6 years, whatever the period, based on the past experience we are calculating the ratios, and based on the past performance, and we are automatically can calculate the forecast the future, and we can plan in accordingly forecasting, and helps to communicate. It is very easy to communicate the results of the businesses in such a manner to understand by each interested person in simple terms. it is very useful. Ratios can be easily expressed. Say for example, net profit ratio is 10%. That is, out of 100 rupees, a 20 rupees is the net profit. It is the easily understand by the a common man or illiterate person or educated person also, and helps in the coordination. There are the so many departments, or there are the so many wings, or the so many branches are there in a company or in a business firms. To coordinate all these things, this ratio analysis is very helpful. And another use of the ratio analysis is better control over the expenditure or control over the performance or the weaknesses. How to control the weaknesses of the business can be analyzed this ratio analysis. And there are the so many other uses, and budgetary control, and for the budget preparations this ratio analysis is very useful. And in addition to this managerial uses, there are the so many persons also can understand this ratio analysis. Say for example, employees, what is the DA rate, how the DA is increasing, and next what are the bonus we can expecting, 20% or 30%, the ratio analysis. And there are the suppliers are there, suppliers, what is the company's strength to pay off its debts, in how many days their company can going to pay off its obligations can be analyzed. Like that, the each person or entity who are interested in the business firm can easily analyze this financial statements through the ratio analysis. One thing is clear, that ratio analysis, for the ratio analysis, the raw material or raw data is available only from the financial statement, that is income statement as well as balance sheet. From these two statements only the raw data is taken and analyzed in such a manner to take better decisions and to take the strengths and weaknesses of the business firm. And there are the so many ways to express the ratio analysis. There are the percentage ratios. The percentage ratios means, say for example, gross profit ratio is 20%, net profit ratio is 25%, and operating profit ratio is 40%. Like that, percentage, that is every component is expressed as percentage to the 100. 100 is taken, and out of 100 either 20 or 10 or 30, like that percentage is expressed. And another method to express the ratios is rate method, that is 1/4 or 4 times, 3 times, 4 times, like that. In the times we are expressing these ratios, that is another method. Another method is ratios, that is current ratio 2:1, quick ratio 1:1, that is 1:1. The relation is expressed, that is current liability and current asset, 1:1, 1 rupee, 1 rupee, 3 rupees, 2 rupees. Like that the ratios are expressed. And now we are classifying the ratios based on various methods. And the traditional method, ratios are classified into as profit and loss ratios, balance sheet ratios, and interstatement ratios. Profit and loss account ratios means, as I already told you, ratios are the expressing the relationship between the two components. The two components are the two numerical factors are taken from, especially from the balance sheet information, is known as balance sheet ratios. Say for example, current ratio, current assets divided by current liabilities. Current assets are the right hand side, and the left hand side components are taken and expressing. And profit and loss account ratios, these ratios are based on the components are taken from only income statement. Say for example, operating profit ratio. What is the operating profit? By the sales. The two components are taken only from the income statement. And expenses ratio, employee expense ratio, that is the net salary paid to the employees divided by the sales. This ratio is taken the information only from the profit and loss account. And there are the some ratios are there, and the two components, one component is taken from the profit and loss account or income statement, and another component is taken from the balance sheet. Say for example, return on investment. Return is the net profit which is depicts in the income statement, whereas investment it is in the balance sheet. Like that the stock turnover ratio. Like that that means the two components of the ratio are taken from one from the income statement, another from the balance sheet, or vice versa. And another classification is there, that classification is purpose wise classification. Under the purpose wise classification, the ratios are classified into profitability ratios, activity ratios, liquidity ratios, and solvency ratios. Now we are taking profitability ratios. These ratios are focused on the performance of the company or business firm. How the business firm yields the profit or the net income during that period. Okay, so how equity shareholders earn the return on their investments are calculated through this profitability ratios. Examples of the profitability ratios are gross profit ratio. So gross profit ratio gives the ratio between gross profit divided by the sales. How the net gain is yielded by the business firm by selling the goods, by deducting the cost of the goods sold, that is the gross profit. It gives the relation between the net gain yielded by the company or the business firm by selling through the sales and deduct from the cost of goods only purely trading expenses. And operating profit ratio. This ratio is very important, because what is the operating profit yield by the business firm is we have to calculate, because in the profit and loss account there are so many items are there. Some of the items are the operating expenses and operating incomes, and some of the incomes are there, they are not related to the business or they are in the common. Say for example, profit on sale of assets, loss due to the fire accidents, these are not related to the business. So if there is any loss is there will be on due to the fire, it will decrease the net profit, but this loss is not related to the operations of the business. That is purely operations, that is take the sales, deduct from the cost of goods sold, and as well as office maintenance expenses and selling and distribution expenses. Then we will get the operating profit, and operating profit divided by the sales gives operating profit ratio. And next ratio is the net profit ratio. This ratio is very essential, because the net result of the business is the net profit. Net profit is the sales deduct whatever the expenses, that is operating expenses, non-operating expenses we have to deduct. And for the sales also, income side also we have to take the sales as well as non-operating incomes also we have to add. Totally net profit is total revenues minus total expenditure we have to deduct, and we will get the net profit, and net profit divided by the sales will give the net profit ratio. And expenses ratios, this ratios is very essential, because one of the use of the ratio analysis is control, because every expense has to be controlled. Control will be given if you know the importance, how it is important, whether some expenses is the 10%, okay, 1% negligible. If it is 30%, we have to control, and we have to see how these expenses are incurring. So for each expenses, take the major expenses like cost of goods sold, and take the employees cost, take the rent, and take the advertisement. These are the main expenses, and calculate the ratios. That expense divided by the sales will be gives. And next, from the investor point of view, they are expecting return on investment, that is the net profit, and deduct the transfer to the any general reserve and all that things, and that is the net return divided by the investment. We are calculating the return on investment ratio, and return on the assets, and whatever the returns, that is the net profit we have to take. and we have to take the total assets, or sometimes we have to take the fixed assets. Based on our need, we can adjust these ratios and we are calculating these ratios based on the profitability. Next is activity ratios. These ratios are very important because how quickly each activity are taken place in the business are calculated by the activity ratios. Say for example, stock, how quickly stock converted into the sales is calculated through stock turnover ratio. And debtors, how quickly the credit sales are converted into the cash is calculated. So activity ratios are the ratios how quickly the activities are taken. So these ratios are very useful because if there is any good activity, say for example stock turnover ratio, if the stock turnover ratio is less, then automatically it gives the whenever the stock we are purchasing, they are immediately converted to the sales. And like that, say for example sundry creditors turnover ratio, this ratio must be longer because if the supplier expect immediate cash, this ratio will be the less, and if the supplier gives more credit, this ratio will be the less. So based on the need, these ratios are calculating, and these ratios are very essential. The examples of these activity ratios are, as already told you, inventory turnover ratio. Inventory turnover ratio depicts how quickly the cost of goods sold are converted into the stock, and stock converted into the sales. Cost of goods sold divided by the average inventory we are taking. Debtors, and this ratio must be less, will be the best for the business. Debtors turnover ratio, how quickly the sundry debtors are, the credit sales are converted into the sales, will be the disclosed by this ratio. And fixed asset turnover ratio, how the fixed assets are contributing for the sale of the product, will be analyzed through ratio. And how the total assets are helping to convert the sales, and how they are any role is there, the total asset and the total sales we are calculating. And what is the working capital, the relationship between the working capital and the cost of the goods sold is expressed. And bills payable ratio, and how the sundry creditors are helping for the business, or they are extending their more credit or less credit, less period or over period, will be analyzed. So these turnover ratios are very essential, how each component and how they are related to the cost of goods or the sales are expressed. And next one is the liquidity. It is very essential because the sustainability of the business is depends on the short term liquidity. The liquidity is expressed in the two terms, one is the liquidity, another is the solvency. And the liquidity is explained in the lesser period, shorter period. If it is the shorter period is there, then that is the liquidity ratio. These liquidity ratios calculate the strength of the business concern, whether it is able to pay off all its short term obligations or it cannot pay the short term obligations. And these ratios are mainly current ratios, current assets divided by the current liabilities. Current assets includes the inventory or closing inventory, work in progress, and next one is the sundry debtors, bills receivable, cash in hand, bank balances, and accrued incomes, and expenses paid in advance. This is the total current assets, and short term investments also included. Next one, current liabilities, that is sundry creditors, bills payable, and bank overdraft, short term borrowings, and outstanding expenses, and incomes received in advance are included in the current liabilities. And based on this ratio, the current assets divided by the current liability is the current ratio. The current ratio tells the company's strength, whether it pay off its current liabilities within the current assets. The standing or ideal ratio is the 2:1. That is, every 2 rupees of the current assets must be equal to the 1 rupee of the current liability. That means the 2 rupees is the current asset and 1 rupee will be the current liability. Then automatically, if you sell off at any cost the current asset, automatically we can pay off the current liability. That is 2:1. It automatically we square off all the current liabilities within the current assets, then there is no disturbance for the fixed assets or the long term borrowings. So this ratio is the ideal, and this ratio varies, the ideal ratio varies between the firm to firm. Say for example, pharmacy companies, and pharmacy companies inventory will be the less, and some companies are there, that is iron companies, sale and all these things, inventory more. So the current ratio will be the more. But for a pharmacy company, if the current liability is the more, that means it is blocking its cash or the bank balances in the inventory. So to analyze the performance of the company, how the inventory is managed and how the cash balances and bank balance are maintained, and how the liability given by the suppliers are the utilizing, all these information will be analyzed through these liquidity ratios. Another ratio is the liquidity ratio or acid test ratio. This ratio gives the relationship between the acid ratio assets as well as quick assets, that is excluding from the current assets inventory or work in progress and incomes received in advance, then it will be the liquidity ratio. This ratio is the 1:1 is the ideal, and another ratio is the absolute liquid ratios, and this ratio is taken the relationship between the cash, bank balance and marketable securities divided by current liabilities. So all these three ratios, and we have to see the importance of each in the compare with the current assets, current ratio and the liquid ratio, and we are calculating inventory part, and absolute liquid, and absolute liquid we are calculating only the bank balances and the cash balances, and how the cash balances and bank balance are sufficient to the business firm. Generally 0.5:1 will be the sufficient. If it is the more 1:1 is there, that company is wasting simply depositing in the banks and all these things, and it is not yielding any amount. And if the ratio is very less, that means it is not maintaining the funds available in the business. To take these type of the decisions and to take these type of the conclusions, these ratios are very helpful. And next type of the ratios is the solvency. As explained earlier, the liquidity is only for the shorter period, and solvency will be the longer period. In the longer period, how the company either sustainable, whether it is square off all its long term liabilities or not, explained through these solvency ratios. And these solvency ratios is debt equity ratios, that is debt divided by long term borrowings, debentures, long term borrowings from the financial institutions divided by equity capital will be the debt equity ratio, and 2:1, because 2 rupee will be the debt and 1 rupee will be the our equity will be the ideal, because more equity is invested may not be good, and debt must be cheaper than cost of debt will be the cheaper compared to the cost of the equity. Cost of equity will be more. So how this ratio will be the will be there in the business will be analyzed, and debt to total capital ratio, and here in the total capital includes the equity capital as well as the preference share capital, and sometimes sweet capital is also included in the total. The debt includes the debentures, long term borrowings divided by total capital, and debt service coverage ratios, and capital gearing ratio, fixed assets ratio, operating cash flow ratio, dividend coverage ratio. These ratios explains, all these ratios explains whether the company is sustainable in the future. The company can pay off its liabilities or not. Say dividend coverage ratio. In the dividend coverage ratio, whether the company is able to pay off its dividends or not through net profit. And if the dividend coverage ratio is very less, that means the company is not in a position to pay off even its equity dividends. So it is the bad situation. And dividend coverage ratio is the more, that means the equity dividend as well as the preference dividend is given only through this net profit and not utilizing the backed or the general reserves and all these things. So these ratios gives so many answers to the so many questions, and solvency ratios are very essential to know the sustainability or the long life of the business. And these ratios is also somehow the limitations. Though the ratio analysis is the depicts very essential for the taking the decisions, and there are the some limitations are there for the ratio analysis. The main limitation is the limited to use of single ratios. If you take only current ratio, it will not give a better result, because current ratio gives only current assets divided by current liabilities, and we have to take the total liquidity ratio, that is current ratio, asset ratio and absolute ratio. Then we have to draw the conclusions. Simply take the current ratio, and the current ratio is a 2:1. If the company is the take it is good, it is not give the good result. Because how inventory is there, because if the more is inventory and more block of the funds, if the less is the inventory, there we cannot run the businesses. So inventory must be maintained in such a manner where lack of the funds or the blocking of the funds is not be there, and we have to run the businesses whenever we are the sales are there. So taking single ratio will not give a correct results, and lack of adequate standards. Say for example debt equity ratio, and whether we have to take the debt what type of the debt we have to take, there is no conclusion, because there are so many types of debentures are there, and we can raise the debt from the outside India. How? There is no standard, there is no specific hard fixed rule is there, and inherent limitations of the accounting. Purely the ratios are based on accounting information only. So whatever the accounting information is given gives the results only. Say for example, for a calculation of the inventory, cost of the inventory will be depends upon the LIFO method or FIFO method or average cost method. What method they are adopted we don't know, and we are comparing this company and that company or this business firm and that period, and based on these things we may not draw the better conclusions. And change of accounting procedures, because if you take particular company for 10 years period, and during 10 years period the accounting procedure may be changed. In the few years we are adopting FIFO method, next LIFO method, and for the depreciation we are deducting 10%, now we are deducting 30%. And so there are so many changes will be there in the accounting procedure based on the international accounting standards and FRS is there. So many constraints are there. Based on these constraints, if you take purely ratio analysis, we may not give a better conclusion. And next one, window dressing. Sometimes for better understanding or the better presentation for the interested person, sometimes the company or the business firm may show their results wrongly, and then these ratios will be also incorrect, because ratios are not a separate part. Ratios are take raw data from the financial statements only, that is income statement and balance sheet. Whatever the income statement and whatever the balance sheet present, that only reflects in the ratios. If the income statement and the balance sheet gives not correct results, then ratios is also not correct, and if there is any frauds are there, and here also frauds are there. So ratio analysis purely depends upon the raw data supplied by the income statement as well as the balance sheet, and there are some personal bias are there, and the personal bias means take for example operating profit ratio. I am taking operating profit as total sales minus cost of goods sold and some of the salaries, advertisement, like that, and some person may not be take advertisement. Why? Advertisement is not related to the, he may argue advertisement is not operating expenditure, so it must be not shown in a operating profit, like that. There are some personal bias are there, and there is a chance to give a personal opinion to calculate the ratios. And uncomparable, say industry to industry may not be comparable, and company one period to the another period where there is a change in the accounting procedure, we may not comparable, and price level changes because now inflation is there, and based on the inflations the prices are increasing. Say for example in the few years back the gross profit ratio is 10%, now the gross profit ratio is 20%. That is not the better, because there the prices are low, now the prices are increasing, and there wages are the less, now wages are increasing. How? This because purely based on the ratio analysis we may not give better understanding. So ratios can be used as a one of the tool, because they are not the substitutes. Ratios can be used as one of the tool for taking the decisions, and in addition to other statements. So for the any business firm, whenever they are taking the decisions, the ratio analysis can be used as a one of the tool to understand every person's, but this is only alternative to take the decisions, I may not say. Now another tool to analyze this financial statement is the funds flow statement. So as I already told you, there are the two statements are the prepared, that is the income statement as well as the balance sheet. The balance sheet gives only the financial position, how the funds are raised and how the funds are invested, but particular period, that is in between two balance sheets, that is the opening balance sheet and closing balance sheet, how the funds are raised and how the funds are invested cannot be depicted by the balance sheet. So here there is another statement must be prepared, that statement is the this funds flow statement. According to the R.N. Antony, the funds flow statement describes the sources which additional funds are derived and uses to which these funds are the put. And another definition is the defines a financial statement of the sources and application of the funds is the technical device designed to analyze changes in the financial conditions of a business in between two dates. That means this funds flow statement will give us how the funds are raised and how the funds are invested during a particular period, over one period of time is taken. Here the funds, according to the international accounting standards, the funds refers the working capital and cash equivalents. In the funds flow statement, the funds are taken as working capital, and how the working capital is raised during the period and how the funds are invested are calculated. And here the funds flow statement, main objective to funds flow statement is helps to know from which source they raised the funds and which source they are invested the funds are analyzed through this funds flow statement, and helps in the financial analysis. This how the performance of a company is listed through this funds flow analysis, because it gives a correct information about the generation and deploy the funds during a particular period, and that also it gives better understanding the profit and profits, because the company shows a profit, it may not equivalent to the cash generated by the business, because there are some items are there, that is some non-fund items are there. Say for example depreciation we are showing the expense, but we are not paying any amount to the depreciation. So the funds flow analysis gives how the funds are generated and how the funds are properly used or not are analyzed through this funds flow analysis. And there are the sources of funds where the funds are raised. The funds are raised can be the operating profit or operating income, income from the investment and sale of the assets, and the sale of the long term investments and contribution to the shareholder. So these are the various sources where funds are raised, and another is application where the funds are invested. To which source we are investing, whether we are operating incurring any losses, or whether we pay off any long term liability or a debenture can be redeemed, or we redeem any preference share, or we are paying any cash dividends, are explained through this funds flow analysis. And the funds flow analysis we are preparing 3 statements. In the funds flow analysis we have to prepare a 3 statement. One is changes in the working capital, and next funds from the operations, and next one we have to prepare a funds flow statement. And the first schedule we are going to prepare is the changes in the working capital, how the working capital will increase or decreased based on the changes in the components of the working capital. We have one principle is there, that means the component of the current asset increases, automatically working capital will increase, and component of the current asset decreases, automatically the working capital will decreases. Why? Because working capital is the excess of current assets over current liabilities. The 2 components of the working capital is the current assets and current liabilities. We have to deduct current assets from the current liability will be the working capital, and the component of the, you already know what are the current assets and what are the current liabilities. If the component of the current asset increases, automatically working capital will be increases, and component of the current assets will decreases, automatically working capital will be decreases. And there is the inverse proportion is there between current liabilities and the working capital. When the current liability increases, working capital will be decreases, and current liability decreases, working capital will be the increase, because the working capital is the current assets minus current liabilities. And we have to prepare a statement like this, that is statement of changes in the working capital. Current assets we have to take, and we have to take the current liabilities, and current assets, the total current assets we have to deduct total current liabilities, then we are preparing the working capital. And here the component, sundry debtor or bills receivable or cash, whatever it may be, you have to take previous year as the base and current year as the subsequent. Previous year, that is the opening balance, is taken as the base, and current year will be the compared. Here it is increased by 10,000 and working capital will be the 10,000. Here it is decreased by the 5,000. Here it is also decreased 5,000. Here sundry creditor will increase by the 5,000, as I already told, there is a decrease is there. So here the decrease is the 5,000, and here decrease is there, so increase there. Total 15,000 is increased and total 10,000 is the decreased. So net increase will be the 5,000. And another statement we have to prepare, the calculation of the funds from the operations. We have to take funds from the operations, that is we have to take as closing balance of the profit and loss account we have to take, and we have to add the non-fund transactions which are already debited to the profit and loss account, that is depreciation or loss due to the fire accident, and all these things non-fund based transaction must be added, and non-operating incomes like dividends received from outside and all these things must be deducted, and the net will be the funds from the operation. This is the another statement, and we have to prepare finally third statement will be the funds flow statement. Here we have to show funds, sources of the funds on left hand side, on the right hand side we have to prepare application of the funds, and I already told various sources of the funds will be the issue of new share capital, issue of the debentures, and sale of fixed assets. And from the previous statement we have to take the funds from the operations, and first statement any decrease is there, that decrease will be the source here, and that decrease in the working capital will be noted here, and application of the funds and the redemption of preference shares and redemption of any debentures and repayment and purchase of the fixed assets. And next from the previous sides, if the funds lost in the operations we have to show from here as funds lost in the, and from the first schedule, that is the changes in the working capital, if there is an increase is there, that increase must be noted here as the application of the funds. Another statement is the cash flow statement. Here, according to the Companies Act 2013, we have to prepare the three statements compulsory as a results disclosed by the every company. They are the balance sheet, profit and loss account or income statement, and cash flow statement, and the statement changes in the equity, and any extraordinary will be there, they are the noted. So cash flow statement is very essential part in the financial disclosure. Why? Because the balance sheet gives only the financial position, that components of the balance sheet may be acquired 10 years back. Say for example fixed asset, inventory, unlike that machinery, plant and machinery may be acquired 10 years back, land may be acquired by the 20 years back, and now we are showing as an asset. And liability, last year may be taken, 3 years may be taken, 4 years back we may be taken, but what is the results during this financial period, how the funds are generated and how the funds are disclosed. In the cash flow statement, simply in the previous chapter, that is the funds flow statement, the fund will be the working capital. In the cash flow statement, the fund means the cash or cash equivalents are taken during particular year, how cash is generated by the business, whether the company is able to generate the cash or not, and how the cash is invested will be disclosed this cash flow statement. So Companies Act 1956 is also make a compulsory, and 2013 is also compulsory. Every company has to disclose along with the balance sheet and the income statement, that is the cash flow statement. Here what is the object? they are the very important, because the cash flow statement generated operating activities and whether the company is able to pay off its dividends or not, we are disclosing. Whether we are any external finance we can go for or not, and for capital budgeting whether the funds are available or not will be disclosed by only through this cash flow statement. So, cash flow statement gives how in a particular year cash is generated and whether the company is able to generate the cash which can be pay off its dividends, which can be invested for the further investments, or whether we have the go for the any borrowings will be discussed through this cash flow statement. The cash flow statement is prepared for the year ended only. It is a periodical statement, cash flow statement for a period ended 31st March. That means cash flow statement is not prepared as like a balance sheet has an particular date. Cash flow statement is periodical statement and we have to disclose how cash is generated in between two balance sheets, that is the opening balance sheet or last year closing balance sheet and this year opening balance sheet, this year closing balance sheet. And there are some differences between the cash flow statement and the funds flow statement. In the cash flow statement, purely cash is defined as cash or cash equivalent like the bank and something. And in the funds flow statement, the fund gives as a working capital only. In the cash flow statement, we are generally measure the short term liability and the short term consistency, and funds flow statement will be the long term, and there is a direct relationship between the current liabilities and cash flows, and there is a reverse inverse proportion is there in the funds flow statement, because these are the in the cash flow statement purely cash, how the cash is generated through current assets, through current liabilities, and in the funds flow statement how the working capital is increased or decreased, changes in the working capital will be the calculated. And in the funds flow statement we are giving adjustment for the operating funds from the operations, we are giving the adjustments. Here we are giving adjustments at the three different categories, because the cash flow statement is very helpful to take efficient of the cash management, because very essential for the short term liquidity depends upon the cash management, because simply putting the shareholder funds into the bank fixed deposits is not giving a good result, or if there is no cash is there in the business, it is not also bet. Say for example, a company is there, that company has good profits as well as good financial position, but the funds may not be there, because though the net profit is there, the net profit is not equivalent to the cash generated in the business. So, cash flow statement is very helpful for efficient cash management as well as the planning, how to plan for the future and how to take a decision, how to take a call on short term borrowings or not, and how to invest in the capital budgeting, how to select a capital budgeting proposal will be taken decisions based on the funds available and funds, how the funds are invested in the businesses. And the funds flow statement is very helpful for taking the cash and cash equivalents and how deployed various modes into the various operations will be the disclosed. And here the funds are and cash flows are classified into three categories. One is operating activities, and another is the financing activities, and another one is the investing activities. So, the cash flows, whereas in the funds flow we are calculating the three statements, that is the funds flow and changes in the working capital, funds from the operations, but here the cash flow is only one statement containing the three cash flows. One is cash from the operating activities, cash from the financing activities, cash from the investing activities are disclosed in a particular statement. Here cash means cash and cash equivalent, that is the bank deposit, short term and marketable investments. First we have to take cash from the operating activities, purely operations, the purely business activity, that is the sale of goods, revenue from the services, royalties and other incomes generated in the business will be the operating activities. And cash outflows automatically purely operation, that is the purchase of the inventory and payment of the salaries and payment to the employees, bonus or the perquisites to the employees and payments to the contractor and payment of the taxes, that will be the operating activities. And next one is the investing activities, purely investing, that is sources of the funds will be the purchase, sale of the long term assets, sale of the debt or equity securities and return from the loans and advances. And outflow will be the purchase or acquisition of the long term assets and purchase of the debt or equities and purchase of the any asset. Here one thing we have to take, say for example, if any fixed asset is purchased by giving a consideration as issue of debenture, will not be the cash flow, because there is no flow of the cash. We are purchasing any fixed asset by issuing the shares or debentures is not the funds. So this type of the transaction will not be recorded in this investing activities. In the investing activities, purely cash or cash equivalents, whether generated or invested, will be the considered. And next is the financing activities. This is the financing activity, purely issue of shares or issue of debentures or issue of the preference shares will be the cash inflows, and repayment of the debentures, repayment of the long term loans and purchase of the own equity share, that is the buyback of the shares and payment of the dividends will be the financing activities. Here one thing you have to remember, payment of the dividend will be the financing activity, whereas interest or any business interests will be the paid, will be the recorded in the operating activities, that we have to record it. And take here the live example of the Tata consultancy businesses. Here in the Tata consultancies, they are preparing along with the funds flow statement, along with the balance sheet as well as the profit and loss account, they are the prepared cash from the operating activities. Take for example, they are the taking the net profit and add, they are using indirect method, add the non-operating or the non-business items, and they are the deducting the non-operating incomes as shown in this table. And next one is the investing activity, that is the cash deposited will be the deduct, that whatever is shown in the bracket will be the outflow and what is shown in the direct, that will be the inflow. Like this we are prepared, they are prepared and the presented in their annual reports. And next is the cash from the financing activities, like this, and buyback of the share, they are showing 16,000 lakhs in the bracket, that is the outflow of the funds, and whereas there is the inflow is there, that is the cash and cash equivalents beginning with the year and the closing year will be taken and next. So here the cash flow statement takes as the opening cash balances and automatically they give the answer will be the closing cash and cash balances, which is shown in the balance sheet. So purely the balance sheet or income statement will not give a better results to understand, and this cash flow statement will give how the funds are generated and how the funds are invested. So whatever these shown will be the very helpful to take any potential investor to invest in the business or not.
Hello students, today I would like to let you know about the role of mutation breeding for crop improvement. In this class, you are going to know about what is plant breeding, what are the principles of the plant breeding, what are the different methods of the plant breeding, and different modern methods of the plant breeding. So in this topic, actually I wanted to make you know about the plant breeding. What is plant breeding? Plant breeding is the applied science of the botany. You know that plants plays a vital role in providing food for all organisms, but when there is increase in the human population, there become scarcity for the food. So several famines are there in the history of the human civilization. Then the plant breeding came into existence with the applications of the botany principles. So our farmers are well known about the breeding principles. These conventional plant breeding practices are age-old practices, and they collected different types of the germplasms, and they introduced the new varieties, and they domesticated several varieties of the crops, and even they hybridized several crops also. So these are all good age-old practices of the farmers. But recently our plant breeders, that is the scientists of the botany, they invented new methodologies in plant breeding by applying modern science tools like mutations, tissue culture practices, polyploidy breeding, etc. Usually in the plant breeding, there will be the creation of the new varieties or the exploiting the genetic variation for the introduction of the new varieties. So there is a selection of the plant material, that is the selection of the parents would be there. So after selection of the parents, there is a evaluation for their yield and growth. If we are satisfied with this growth and yield, then it will be released as a variety. This is the common practice in every method of the plant breeding protocols. Even in the introduction or domestication, or you take hybridization or mutation breeding or polyploidy breeding, you take whatever the protocol, this is the common practice. So there is a selection of parents and evaluation of the parents for their growth and yield. Finally, there will be a release for the crop variety. So finally, the plant breeders distribute the new variety to the farmers and released as a new crop. So these are the modern methods of the plant breeding. Here you are watching the modern methods developed by the plant breeders nowadays. One is a mutation breeding, polyploidy breeding, and other biotechnological methods are also available. But today in this class you are going to know only about the mutation breeding. So you all know that there are several varieties. You are observing even in the market, you are observing different types of the flowers and fruits, vegetables like this. In this slide you are watching the citrus varieties which are different in color, even in the shape also. These are the Japanese varieties, the star ruby which is red in color, and the other one is yellow in color and the red blackish color, and the other part, that is the barley varieties, which is showing differences in their inflorescence. So even you can watch these sort of the varieties in the nature. In the nature itself they are available, but they are in less frequency. So now coming to the mutation breeding, you all know that mutations are heritable changes in the phenotype of the organisms. Phenotype of the organism means they exhibit the morphological character changes. So when there is a change in the genes, then definitely there would be changes in the morphology of the organism. That's why these mutations are considered as a heritable changes in the phenotype of the organisms. So the term mutation was coined by Hugo de Vries in Enothena lamarckiana. So these changes are mainly due to the changes in the chemical changes at the gene level. These changes are capable of bringing about new and heritable character variations in crops. If these changes will be selected and used for the establishment of the crop, then it would become a good variety. So, but these mutations occur very low in nature. The frequency of the mutations in nature usually is very rare. That's why they are called as the spontaneous mutations. Actually, the term mutation breeding was coined by Prisleben and Lean, but the first time the report how these mutations would be exploited for the improvement of the crop was given by Muller and Stadler. So, coming to the frequency of the mutations, if we want to increase with the help of the certain chemicals, we can able to increase the frequency of the mutations. So, the rare frequency of the mutation can be increased by the application of the some physical and chemical agents which are called as the mutagens or mutagenic agents, and mutations induced in this way are called induced mutations. So, these agents can be used to induce mutations in croplands, and the desirable variations, whatever the farmer want or the customer want, they can be produced in this way. So, the selection of the character is more important in any breeding protocol. So, the approach of plant breeding, in which new variations of the crop or new varieties of the crops with desirable characters are developed with the help of the induced mutation, is called mutation breeding. So, ultimately the final aim of the plant breeder is to release a new variety with the desirable characters. But here in this protocol, the plant breeder is inducing mutations. Mutation, already we told that it is a heritable change. We are making some heritable changes by the induction, by changing the genetic material. That's why it is called as the mutation breeding. So, and in the next slide, you are going to know about the process of the mutagenesis and how the mutagens are helpful and their mode of action. So, there are existing only two types of the mutagenic agents, that is physical and chemical mutagens. Coming to the physical mutagens, there are two types of the different types of the radiations available. So, these radiations are classified into two classes, mainly based on their energy level. Energy levels are of two types, that is with low frequency and high frequency. So, radiations with low frequency and radiations with high frequency can be employed as a physical mutagens. So, first take the radiations with low energy level. These are capable of causing the excitation at the level of the nitrogen bases of the genetic material, and they are called as the non-ionizing radiation. Their function is only to excite the nitrogen bases. That is, the excitation at the level of the nitrogen bases is doing by these radiations. UV light is the good example of the non-ionizing radiations. Then take the radiations with a high energy level. So, when you observe the radiations with high energy level, they caused excitation at the levels of the nitrogen bases only. Their function is only excitation. But when you take the radiations with a high energy level, then they are capable of doing both functions, that is excitation and ionization at the level of the nitrogen bases. That is why they are called as the ionizing radiations. The best example are X-rays, gamma rays, alpha particle, beta particle, and are the good examples of the ionizing radiations. Coming to the chemical mutagens, the chemical mutagens are classified into three categories on the basis of their nature of the action, that is alkylating agents, base analogues, and acridine dyes. So, all these three chemical agents perform their function in different ways. Let us watch how these chemical mutagens interact with the nitrogen bases and helps in the mutagenesis process. Coming to the alkylating agents, they induce the mutation by adding alkyl group to the nitrogen bases. The major alkylating agents are ethyl methane sulfonate, methyl methane sulfonate, ethyl imines. So they are shortly called as the EMS, MMS and EI. So their role is just adding alkyl group to the nitrogen bases, causing the changes in the genetic material. So that's why they are called as the alkylating agent. They are also called as the radiomimetic chemicals. Why they are called as the radiomimetic chemicals means the mode of action of these alkylating agents resembles with the action of the physical agents. That's why they are called as the radiomimetic chemicals. So they are helpful in the AT-GC transition and GC-AT transitions. Next is base analogues, that is they are the chemicals which are analogous to the nitrogen bases. So they can get incorporated into the DNA at the time of the replication and are causing wrong base pairing resulting in mutations. So they are these analogues are not adding any chemical group, but they are getting incorporated into the DNA at the time of the replication, making some changes. So the best example is 5-bromouracil and 2-aminopurines. These are the two common base analogues which are commonly used as mutagens. They are doing the AT-GC transition. And the other one, the analogues, that is after the base analogues, the most important chemical mutagen is acridine dye. These acridine dyes are the chemicals. They are also capable of getting inserted between the two group bases of the DNA, thus leading to the addition or deletion of single or few base pairs at the time of the replication. If single base pair is deleted or added, or few bases are deleted or added, what would be happen? There is a change in the nucleotide sequence of the genetic material. That's why there is a change in the reading frame of the genetic material. So the proflavin and acroflavin are the good examples of the acridine dyes. Example is the frame shift mutations. Next, we are moving to the other chemical mutagens also. So after watching the three categories of the chemical mutagens, there are also certain chemicals which efficiently works on par with other categories of the mutagens. These includes nitrous acid, hydroxylamine and sodium azide. They are also helpful in the AT-GC and GC-AT transition. You know that AT means adenine and it is pairing with the T, and guanine it is pairing with the cytosine, but they are making some replacements. Let us watch in the next slide how these induced mutations are happening. We are watching actually at the molecular level how these mutations could be induced. At the molecular level, induced mutations are doing some changes by the addition or deletion of the nucleotides or nitrogen bases in the genetic material. So accordingly, they can be classified into three types, that is transition, transversion and frame shift mutations. In the transition mutation, there is a replacement of one purine with another purine or one pyrimidine with another pyrimidine. So there is a replacement. The purine, you know that what the purines are adenine and guanine, and pyrimidines are thymine and cytosine. If at all you want to replace the adenine, you can also replace this adenine with guanine. So otherwise, if you want to replace the adenine with thymine, so thymine also can be replaced with adenine. If you want to replace the cytosine, then it will be replaced by the guanine. So the AT and GC can be replaced with their purine and pyrimidines only. Next is transversion mutation. In this, there is a substitution of purine with the pyrimidine. So one pyrimidine can be replaced with the other corresponding pyrimidines, or sometimes even the other pyrimidines also can be incorporated in the genetic material. So it is the substitution. So in the earlier transition, you are watching the replacement of the purine with the pyrimidine with the pyrimidine, but here substitution of purine with the pyrimidine and vice versa, or pyrimidine with the purines. In the frame shift mutation, there is a change in the reading frame. So if any nucleotide is added, that means A or T or G or C is added at one place, then there will be a change in the reading frame of the genetic material. So it is causing changes in the production of the amino acids, so then the protein material also changed. Likewise, the frame shift mutation causes changes in the reading frame of the genetic material by the addition or deletion of the nitrogen bases. So next we will move on to the procedure of the mutation breeding after understanding of the physical mutagens and chemical mutagens. So physical mutagens are radiations and chemical mutagens are the chemicals, that is alkylating agents and base analogues and acridine dyes, even other efficient chemicals, how they would be helpful in inducing the mutations. Now we will proceed to the procedure of the mutation breeding. How a plant breeder do this protocol? It includes the following steps. First is the selection of the plant material and the choice of the mutagen, and the material is treated with the mutagen, and the handling of the mutated population. It would be different in the case of the seed propagated species and clonally propagated species, but the protocol is the same either for the seed propagated species or clonally propagated species. Coming to the selection of the parents, it is the decision on the nature of the variation to be induced and the selection of the appropriate material for mutagen treatment. So both the nature of the variations to be induced and the selection of the material from the plant must be decided initially. So based on the method of propagation, seeds and other propagules, that is vegetative propagules like birds, auxiliary birds, or sometimes suckers, can be selected for treatment. For in vitro mutagenesis, callus or similar in vitro material is selected. So this is about the selection of the material. After proper selection of the material, then choice of the mutagen is also plays an important role, because the appropriate mutagen must be selected for the induction of the mutations. Otherwise, the plant breeder would fail if some chemicals would be applied for some material or radiation would be applied for the other material. There are certain principles to follow how to use this mutagen for the selected plant material. Generally, chemicals are preferred for the seed material and radiations are preferred for the vegetative propagules. So by the use of these chemical and physical mutagens, we are applying the mutations to the plant material. So the treatment, that is the mutagen treatment, is also very important. There is a principle how much of time is needed to treat the plants with the mutagen. So initially we want to soak the plant material in water or other chemicals, which is called as a pre-soaking. Pre-soaking is very helpful in the mutagen treatment. After the pre-soaking treatment, later the materials are transferred to the solutions of the mutagen. Here one more point is very important, you wanted to know, that is the concentration close to the LD50 of the mutagen. So it is considered as an optimum concentration. So what is this LD50? This is the lethal dose at the 50%. So, in the case of the physical mutagens, actually the source of the mutagen is kept at a safe distance and the treatment is remotely controlled. So, there is a safe mechanism while treating with the physical mutagens. The gamma gardens are there where the gamma ray treatment is carried out in a protected experimental areas. So, the duration of the treatment is also decided based on the information available. Sometimes it is decreasing and sometimes the rate of the duration will be increasing for the material. So, what is this LD50 dose? Here is the definition for the LD50 dose. It is the dose of the mutagen that causes the 50% of the mortality of the treated material. So, any mutagen is toxic to the biological system. After this 50% of the concentration, it causes the death and deformities. That is why above the 50% of the concentration of solution, plant breeder must not grow. So, this is the optimum concentration one must follow. That is why this is called as the LD50 dose. Next is handling of the mutated populations is very, very important. If we are not actually following the that is the characters exhibiting by the mutants, then the final objective of the plant that is mutation breeding will be lost. So, handling of this mutated population and observations and the analysis is also more important. So, after the treatment of mutagens, all this that is observations and analysis part will come. So, next the plant breeder germinate the seeds after the mutagenic treatment, which is called as the M1 population. Generally, mutations are all recessive and most of them are selected in later generations, but the dominant and pseudo dominant alleles are selected initially in the M1 itself. These M1 plants are selfed and the seeds are collected separately and they are used for the next progeny, that is called as the M2 generation. So, the M2 generation is grown next for their progeny, which is from the M1 seeds. Oligogenic mutations are selected at the in this population only. So, the M2 population is more important to observe any variations are found in the crop plants. So, if any variations are found in this M2 plants, then they are treated as the mutant plants and these are isolated after necessary trials. So, from this chart you are going to know about how the breeder is going for the trials. This is the first year where the seeds are spacely planted. In the second year, individual plant progenies grown from the M1 plants. In the M3 generation, individual plant progenies are grown, but the superior mutant lines are harvested in bulk if they are homogeneous. Otherwise, we will be moving to M4 generation, but in many cases in the M3 generation itself they will be bulked. So, after the M3 generation, the preliminary yield trials are conducted in the M4 itself. In the M4 generation, if the yields are fruitful, then we are moving to the M5 generations, that is coordinated yield trials are carried out till M6 and M7 generations. If the characters are consistent and they are desirable characters are founding continuously in all generations, by M8 or M9 the lines will be selected and released if they are promising in growth and yield. This is the main objective of the mutation breeding. If they are not sustaining well, again the experiment have to be repeated again. So, that is why this mutation breeding is somewhat highly risk and laborious. So, in case of the polygenic traits, the inferior plants are rejected at M3 and M4 levels itself. Later the remaining seeds are bulked as usual to the M5 and M6 and M7 generations for yield trials and coordinated trials. So, by M8 and M9 generations, it will be released as a new variety. This is in the case of the seed treating crops. Coming to the vegetatively propagated crops, it is somewhat different. So here is one more slide for you, where the preliminary yield trials for suitable checking, how it is going on in M4 in a separate lines. So superior lines are selected. Each blue color rectangle is representing each line selected from the previous progeny. From M5 to M7, replicated yield trials, that means they are divided into replicas, and outstanding lines are released as a new variety. So in M8, seed multiplication are done. So in the vegetatively propagated species, the procedure is same, but the mutations are expressed as chimeras. So these are take the vegetatively propagated crops like chrysanthemum or sometimes dahlias. They are existing in different beautiful colors. These are called as the chimeras. So the chrysanthemum exhibits in various colors, like yellow color is there, pink color is there, white color is there, sometimes dotted colors are there. So these are all different in colors. Even the fruits are also different, but fruits comes from the seeds, that's why that case is different. But take the vegetative crops like chrysanthemum, jasminium, like different types of the flowering plants like tulips or roses. You can take the examples for the vegetatively propagated plants. The same thing, you treat the vegetatively propagules with the mutagen, that is called as the VM1. In VM2, you observe the chimeras, whether they are sustainable or not. In M5, conduct the yield trials. From M4 onwards, preliminary yield trials. M5 to M6, M7, conduct the coordinated field trials. And by the end of the M8, that is VM8 or VM9 generations, it will be released as a new variety. So today in market, several varieties of the flowers are available, and they are also changing colors from years to year. The original existing material will be with the plant breeder itself. Next is applications of the mutation breeding. So now you watched about the that is the mutagens. So mutagens, how they are able to induce the mutations, and the process of the mutation breeding, how the plant breeder do the protocol from M1 to M9 generations by conducting preliminary yield trials and coordinated yield trials. So mutation breeding can be used to develop the improved crop varieties. There are several resistant varieties like disease resistant variety and frost resistant varieties and temperature tolerant varieties and stress tolerant varieties. Likewise, several crop varieties have developed by the plant breeders in rice, maize, jowar. Take any crop which is economically important, not only in the cereals, even in the pulses or any important commercial crop, according to the objectives of the and the necessities of the market. The plant breeder takes the and fix the objectives and improves the quality of the crop. Next is to induce the male sterility. The male sterility is one more important factor in the plant breeding, which helps in the creation of the male sterile lines. So it suppresses the growth of the other that is the part of the gynoecium, and allows the androecium to give only pollen grains, called as the male sterile lines. So production of the male sterile lines are not possible in the nature, but they are very rare. But through the mutation breeding, it is possible to produce the male sterile lines for the production of the haploids. Haploids are usually produced from the pollen grains, because the pollen grain is the haploid cell. If any regenerants would be produced from the pollen grain, they are called as the haploid plants. In nature, haploid plants are actually it is very difficult to produce, but through mutation breeding it helps in the production of the haploids also, to create additional genetic variability. So the main target is additional requirements for the crop. So it would be produced by the variations in the crops. So this mutation breeding is one of the steps which would be able to produce the genetic variability. And the other objective of the mutation breeding is also adaptability of the crops to various environments. If we introduce the crop in one environment, if it is not sustained with that environment, the main theme of the breeding would be lost. So all the 9 to 10 years of the efforts would be will be wasted. That's why the adaptability of the crops is also more important in the mutation breeding. So this is important, some of the important objectives, that is the characters like higher yield, short structure, earliness, stress resistant, and bold, that is seed size is also more important. These are the crops of the mutant varieties developed in barley, pea, groundnut and rice. So you can take these as examples. The merits, coming to the merits of the mutations, mostly they are all undesirable and there is no of value to the breeder. Many mutations are lethal. Sometimes the 50 dose is not suitable, then the plants would be dying. So that's why all the mutations sometimes may be lethal to the plant material. The mutations rate is also extremely low. Then we have to improve the dose. Then we are discussing that the dose will be somewhat that is fatal or lethal to the organism. So that this is also one of the limitation in the mutation breeding, and it is highly difficult to tolerate with the dosage of the mutagen. The stability of the mutant is also thoroughly tested by the preliminary yield trials and coordinated yield trials. So otherwise these mutants have a tendency to revert. This is the serious lacuna in the mutants, that is their characters would be reverted if they are not properly checked out. That's why the preliminary trials and coordinated yield trials are highly essential for the plant breeder to check out the qualities, whether they are remaining in the generations together. Next is mostly induced mutations are recessive. That's why they have to be induced in a double dose to be expressed phenotypically. These are certain demerits of the mutation breeding. From leaving out the demerits of the mutation breeding, the mutation breeding protocol is one of the highly sustainable and efficient protocol for the plant breeder when there is a loss of hybrid vigor, or sometimes the crop variations are not fetching out. Then this is only the final step by the plant breeder to improve the crop varieties. Today I would like to make you know about the use of RFLP and RAPD in plant breeding and crop improvement. So these are the two markers in the plant breeding technology. So recent advances made possible to identify the accurate genetic polymorphism. All these technologies enhanced the discovery of the genetic markers. The genetic markers are heritable differences in the nucleotide sequences of the DNA. Nowadays, there are available different types of the markers like morphological markers and molecular markers. We are discussing only molecular marker, that is DNA marker in this class. So, there are two types of the DNA molecular markers are available. They are non-PCR based approaches and PCR based approaches are there. In non-PCR based approaches, RFLP is there, PCR based approaches, several molecular markers are there, RAPD, AFLP, SSR, SCAR, STMA and SNP etc. are available today. Now coming to the RFLP, that is the RFLP is the restricted fragment length polymorphism, which is developed in 1980s by the Alec Jeffrey. So, it is based on Southern blotting technique. It is used to analyze the variations in the length of the fragments that is developed from the DNA shearing. So, to watch the variations in the DNA, the restriction endonucleases are used. The same endonuclease will be used for the different organisms, but the restriction endonuclease makes the cuts at restriction sites. So, the restriction endonucleases and restriction sites plays an important principle in the RFLP, that is restricted fragment length polymorphism. It detects the differential movement of the bond on the gel lanes. So, it is the first molecular technique developed based on the hybridization. So, plants are able to synthesize their DNA or amplify their DNA with high accuracy and rapidly, but at the same time mechanisms are also available which can make the changes and they are operative at the same time. Simple base sequences or sometimes large scale changes like deletions, inversions and translocations or transpositions may occur in the genetic material. All these lead to the gain or loss of the restriction sites, which is leading to the restricted fragments of the genetic material, that is restricted fragments of the different length. These restricted fragments of the different length can be detected on the Southern blots using a suitable probe. So, they are actually detected by the differential movement of the bond, that is band on the agarose, that is on the gel lanes collected from the different strains or species. The main steps involved in the RFLP technique is isolation of the DNA. After isolation, we have to cut the DNA using the endonucleases. Later, we separate those DNA fragments by using the gel electrophoresis. Then they are transferred to the nylon or nitrocellulose paper, which is the material generally used in the Southern blotting technique. Afterwards, visualization of this special DNA can be done by the radioactively probed, that is radioactively labeled probes. So, finally, the analysis of the results are done. So, based on the principle, that is the restriction endonuclease principle, that is which makes the cuts at the restriction sites and makes the different length of the fragments. Because these restriction sites for a particular enzymes are present throughout the genome at several points. That is why the different length of the fragments are obtaining in the DNA digestion. This is the principle of the main principle of the RFLP while doing the technique. Next is that is this is here RFLP technique where you are observing the different types of the bonds. That is in the normal case you are watching the two bands, whereas in the disease case it is a special band which is displaying in the Southern blot diagram. So, after gel electrophoresis, when it is radioactively labeled probe that is detecting the gel that is the RFLP band, then one more band is there in the diseased causing strain. The RFLP technique is here is also one more diagram for you where the whole technique is running. And coming to the applications of the RFLP, we are able to isolate and identify any type of the gene, and it will be linked to the RFLP locus. What is RFLP locus means? Each band, that is RFLP band developed in the RFLP technique, is called as the RFLP locus. So these genes would be linked to the RFLP locus. It is a very simple technique and it does not require any sequence specific information. It is a codominant marker. That's why it is used in the differentiation of the heterozygous and homozygous individual. So it is a supplement to the regular plant breeder as a indirect selection, and it is also used in the detection of the diseases. Coming to the limitations, large amounts of the highly pure DNA is required for the RFLP technique. It needs the good supply of the probes. So with probes only reliably detecting the variation, that's why we have to give good supply of the probes. Without the good supply of the probes, there will not be detection of variations. That's why there is a need for the good supply of the probes. It is a laborious and expensive process because it is difficult to identify a suitable marker for the genomic DNA or cDNAs. It is a time consuming because it is not amenable to automation. It requires lot of expertism because there is a autoradiography procedure where there is a use of radioactively labeled process. So that's why the RFLP, there are applications that is advantages are also there and limitations are also there. However, it is the one of the efficient protocol to detect the polymorphism. Mainly it is used for the analysis of the genetic diversity of the populations or related species. That's why the RFLP is variously used by the several plant breeders. The next technique is RAPD, that is restricted amplified polymorphic DNA. This DNA marker is also useful in the plant breeding. So these markers, this technique is actually utilizes the single short oligonucleotide primers of the 10 nucleotide base sequences for the RAPD technique for the amplification of the set of DNAs which are randomly distributed throughout the genome. That is why the name itself RAPD means randomly amplified polymorphic DNA. So these primers are used to amplify the DNA which are present randomly throughout the genome. So in the amplification process actually generated from a region which is flanked by a 0 base primes, that is 0 base prime region, that is the priming sites, and all the different genomic materials would produce the different amplification products, but the PCR amplified product is generated only one for one individual, not for others. So this is the technique, that is RAPD polymorphism among the land races of the sorghum, that is OP, these are some of the RAPD primers having the 10 base sequence, and this is that is a gel configuration on the agarose gels. So this is a RAPD banding pattern comparing with the some ladders taking from the lambda DNA like that, and likewise RFLP, the RAPD also possesses the same steps, that is like isolation of the DNA, selection of the, that is cutting of the DNA, selection of the DNA on the agarose gel, but there is a transfer of the fragments on the ethidium bromide. So ethidium bromide is a dye by which the RAPD's amplified products are visualized under UV light. So there in RFLP we are transferring to nitrocellulose paper, here we are visualizing under UV light. So the RAPD applications are, these are construction of the genetic maps and helpful in the mapping of traits and analysis of the genetic structure of the population, fingerprinting of the individuals and identification of the somatic hybrids. Finally, it is very useful system for the characterization of genetic resources. There are certain advantages when compared to the RFLP. It is a simple, quick to perform. The RFLP technique requires high amount of DNA, whereas this technique requires only small amount of DNA. It involves no radioactivity, that's why no expertism is also not required. Coming to the limitations, it is unable to distinguish between homozygous and heterozygous. Actually, coming to the inheritance, the RAPD band actually inheriting from parents to offsprings as a dominant marker. That's why if the band is present, it corresponds to the RAPD dominant allele. If the band is absent, it corresponds to the recessive allele. That's why the RAPD is unable to distinguish between heterozygous and homozygous organisms. The RFLP is able to distinguish between RAPD, that is homozygous and heterozygous individuals. This is the comparison about the important characteristics. You can go through this slide, and these are the references which you would like to know. You want to further read about the RAPD and RFLP. My next topic, I would like to give information about the role of the somaclonal variations for crop improvement. The presence of genetic variability that is present in the cultured cells or plants derived from those cultured cells or progeny of such plants is called as the somaclonal variations. In tissue culture, the plants derived from the cell culture or tissues are called as the somaclones. If variations are present in the somaclones, they are called as the somaclonal variations. So simply the variations present in the somaclones are called as the somaclonal variations. The term was first used by the coined by the Larkin and Snowcroft in 1981, but the first report of morphological variations from the cultured cells regenerated from the tissue culture was given by Hinch and Mean in sugarcane. Later, the somaclonal variations are divided into the three types, that is based upon their features, that is based upon the derivation of the tissue. There are gametoclonal variations, variations observed from the plants, that is derived from the gametic cultures. They are further divided into androclonal and gynoclonal variations. If variations are found from the plants derived from the pollen cultures, they are called as the androclonal. If they are derived from the ovary culture, they are called as the gynoclonal variations. Calyclones means the variations are found from the progeny of the plants derived from the callus, likewise mericlones, protoclones. If they are from the protoplast culture, they are called as the protoclones. However, all these somaclonal variations are heritable mutations and they persistent in plant population even after plantation into the field. Coming to the mechanism of the somaclonal variations, all these variations are either transient or genetic. Transient means they are epigenetic. If they are genetic means all these variations are carried to the next generations. That's why these variations are more important in the crab improvement. In the genetic variations, already the pre-existing variations are present in the somatic cells or the explant of the tissue culture. Epigenetic means they are present in the earlier culture of the system, but usually they last when the regenerants are reproducing sexually. Origin of the somaclonal variations, how these variations are observed in the plant tissue culture. So these variations are actually either oligogenic, that means they observed for the single trait or more than single trait at a time. They may be occurring either one of the following regions. That may be the first region is chromosomal abnormalities. You know that the chromosomal abnormalities occur due to the changes in the chromosome number or the chromosome structure. These are some examples, that is euploidy or aneuploidy, deletions, inversions, duplications, translocation. All these chromosomal abnormalities causes the genetic changes and makes some changes. The gene mutations, the gene mutations are also one of the reason for the change in the genetic material. The plasma gene, that is the change in the plasma genes, activation of the transposable elements, DNA methylation, and the rearrangement of the cytoplasmic genes alters the genetic material in the culture conditions. Coming to the advantages of the somaclonal variations. So, the origin of the somaclonal variation may be either spontaneously or sometimes it can be induced, like mutation breeding. But the advantages when compared to the mutation breeding, there are certainly the somaclonal variations shows advantages far more better than other breeding methods. The frequency of the variation is high under in vitro conditions when compared to the spontaneous mutations or induced mutations. The time is also required very less in release of a new variety when compared to the other protocols like hybridization and selection. Even it reduces the that is the unique mutations. In tissue culture, unique mutations occur and which could not be possible, that is in the tissue culture, which is possible, it may not be possible during the crossing over as the germ plasm is not available. The pedicel, that is jointless pedicel tomata mutant, is in tissue culture only produced. It is the good example for the somaclonal variant. It occurs for a trait either from the nuclear or that is a cytoplasmic material. Creation of the additional genetic material is also possible. There will not be any drastic changes in the genetic material. Next is it saves time by reducing the prolonged procedures of the hybridization and selection. It is a highly efficient protocol because it screens a larger number of the clones at a time within the short period of time and with less time and labor. So it is the simple and the cheapest form of the plant biotechnology when compared to the plant that is somatic hybridization and transformation. Variations can be selected at cellular level only in somaclonal variation, which is not possible at the plant level. Coming to the disadvantages of the somaclonal variation, a serious disadvantage occurs in the operation, that is the exploitation of the tissue, that is in vitro propagation or micropropagation methods, where the main objective is to produce uniform true to type individuals. So there is a limitation with the somaclonal variation where the changes continuously happening in the cell culture system, and sometimes it leads to the undesirable results like poor performance, poor growth is there. Sometimes the fertility rates are also reduced, and it requires extensive field trials, and extended field trials are also necessary for the somaclonal variations, whether the variations are continued for generations to generations, and no suitable. Even the complex agronomic traits like yield, quality may be checked after the long procedures of the tissue culture. So these are all the limitations, and even the variations which are produced in the soma clonal variations may not be useful for the plant breeder, and sometimes they may be lethal, because these are all pleiotropic effects, because they are not considered as a true variance. That is why the soma clonal variations are sometimes may not be useful for the plant breeder. There is that is reduced or no regeneration capacity of the resistant clones. So the soma clonal clones, the soma clones mainly, they are of reduced growth generation by generation, and even finally the regeneration capacity also lost in the cultures. That is why they are considered as the poor regenerants. Applications are applicable to only those species whose cell cultures regenerates complete plantlets, then only the soma clonal variations would be useful. Otherwise, if they would not be regenerated into new plants, the whole that is aim of the soma clonal variations will be useless. And they show some undesirable genetic changes like reduced fertility, growth, and poor performance. These are the main limitations of the soma clonal variations, and the phenotypes expressed in the selected lines may not be expressed by the plants regenerated by them. And the small and viable portion of the clones are only stable, and the larger portions of the clones are usually unstable, and they are not further used in the continuous cultures. That is why they will be discarded in the subsequent cultures. Only few cultures are taken for the next regenerants, and most of the variants are not at all novel, and they are not useful for the plant breeder. There is a poor correlation between the that is glass house and field performance of the soma clonal variants. So that is why also the analysis of the soma clonal variants, they do not give good results, and the superior varieties like agronomical traits by screening of the progeny of the tissue culture or regenerated plants only can be done. Finally, coming to the application, there is a increased and improved production of the secondary metabolites. Not the complete plantlets of the regenerants is not possible through the soma clonal variation, but there is a increased and improved production of the secondary metabolites. Selection of the plants resistant to the various toxins, herbicides, and salt tolerant and mineral toxicity, important resistant tolerant plants can be produced through the soma clonal variations. That is why it is suitable for the breeding of the plant. Here is a slide showing the examples of the soma clonal variations in some crops.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to today's session. So we are continuing with the second pillar of oral communication, which is grammar. Yesterday I spoke about the various parts of speech. I gave you examples on noun. So today we're going to talk about pronoun and adjective, adverb, and so on and so forth. In the later part of the session, we're going to have the call lines open. So if you're watching this either on YouTube live or MANATV live, please dial the number. You will see the number little later. So you can call and ask your questions, anything in terms of pronunciation or grammar for English communication. So let's begin. We are talking about pronoun. Like I said, pronoun is a substitute for noun. You can't be using noun again and again. So that's why we have pronouns which substitutes the noun. So it's a part of speech which is used in a place of noun or noun phrase to avoid repetition. Examples of pronouns: I, you, we, they, he, she, it, me, us, them, him, her, this, those. So sentence as an example, Mohan is tired, he wants to sleep, but I want him to finish the assignment. So instead of using the Mohan name again, for example, if I say Mohan is tired, Mohan wants to sleep, but I want Mohan to finish the assignment, instead of using the name again twice, I can use pronouns, which is he wants to sleep, but I want him to finish the assignment. So when we talk about pronouns, like I said, it replaces the noun or noun phrase, but there is also an aspect of singular and plural. For example, if I'm talking about one person, I can just say him or he or she, but or him or her, he or she, or it. Now, in case if the count is plural, more than one, then it multiplies. So I can't be using him, I can't be using he, she, I'm supposed to use they or them. So let's look at some quick tests to understand how to use it. The first question, Hari's mom asked Dash to clean the garage. So Hari's mom asked he to clean the garage or him. So obviously the correct answer is him. Hari's mom asked him to clean the garage. It's not garage, it's garage. A student at an all-boys high school should be on Dash best behavior. Now here there is an element of subject-verb agreement. The student, here it says a student, right? Now a student is singular. So a student in all boys high school. So the all boys high school, the entire school has only boys, but the subject here is one student. So a student at an all boys high school should be on his best behavior. So it's there. THERE is also there. THEIR is also there. Let me quickly clarify this. A lot of people do not understand and they interchange this. Okay. So there, THEIR is a possession noun. There is a preposition. So please do not get confused here. Both are pronounced the same way. For example, let me zoom this. Please keep the book there. Okay. So there is basically a particular place. So that's why it's a preposition. Now when I say there is THEIR, that's a possession noun. The group will arrive at 8 p.m. And they will make their arrangement. Whose arrangement? Their arrangement. So THEIR is a possession noun. THERE is a preposition. So don't get confused there. So a student at an all boys high school should be on his best behavior. Neither Mary nor Dash knew why the store was closed. Now whenever you have neither Mary, it should be nor I. Now here is an important element which you need to understand. In case if I am talking about more than one person, that includes me as well. So I as a first person. So here is an example. So if I am talking about 2-3 people or even 2 people, and that includes me in the list, we always make a mistake. We put ourselves in first, or we use ourselves first person as I. For example, Harsha, Subhash and me went for shopping. Now that sentence is incorrect grammatically. Let me show you why it is incorrect. This is how people usually speak, right? Now, there is a fundamental grammatical mistake here. So basically, I'm talking about three people here: Harsha, Subhash, and me. That is the first person. So Harsha, Subhash, and me went for shopping. Now imagine if these two gentlemen are not in the list. Can I say me went for shopping? No, that's incorrect. Another way of making a mistake where people usually use this: me, Harsha, and Subhash went for shopping. Now, here again, if I remove these two gentlemen, it still becomes me went for shopping, which means this is incorrect. So what am I supposed to do? The correct form is I went for shopping. Now, whenever you are talking about one person, that is yourself, first person, I went for shopping is fine. But in case if I am adding another person, even one or two, so it becomes Subhash and I went for shopping, or I can add more number of people, Harsha, Subhash and I went for shopping. So whenever you're talking about yourself in a group and you have to specifically mention the persons as well as yourself, you will always, or the first person will always be in the end. Okay? So here, neither Mary nor I knew why the store was closed. I can't say me knew why the store was closed. No, the correct form is I knew why the store was closed. That's why I is the correct option here. Next, after the training, you and Dash must discuss a few things. Again, same situation. After the training, you and I must discuss a few things. Alright. Now, moving on to adjective. Now, every noun, when it gets qualified, when I'm adding a quality or a type to a noun, that is basically adjective as a part of speech. So, an adjective describes, modifies, or gives more information about a noun or pronoun as well, because pronoun is a substitute for noun. Examples: big, happy, green, young, fun, crazy, tree, all these are adjective. For example, the little girl had a pink hat. Now the girl is noun. So let me take this example. Okay. I hope you can see that's blue. Okay. So the blue is nothing but your noun. The little girl had a pink hat. Now if I remove this, the girl had a hat. But what kind of hat? Pink hat. What kind of girl? The little girl. So anything that is adding quality, that is describing or modifying the noun or pronoun is adjective. Now there are different types of adjective which you need to know. Something that adds quality, for example, dangerous chemicals, green vegetables, a square box, quantity as well. So not just quality but also quantity. He has eaten 3 apples. I don't have much money. This long, thin centipede has many legs. So long, thin is also an adjective here. Demonstrative, something that is displaying or demonstrating. This red balloon is mine and those 3 yellow ones are yours. This cute baby is his brother. That cute baby is his sister. So anything that is denoting something is also an adjective. Now adjective in terms of singular and plural also you need to know. For example, my will become our, your will remain same, his, her, its. Remember I spoke about the possessions. So that's a possessive noun. for adjective. Now here are some more examples to quickly test your knowledge. I dash a new bike yesterday. Please make a note of this question. Think and tell me what is the correct answer. I bought a new bike yesterday. So the correct answer is A. If you don't hurry up now, you dash late for school. Question number 2. If you don't hurry up now, you dash late for school. You have been, you are, you will be. Okay, the correct answer is C, you will be. If you don't hurry up now, you will be late for school. Number 3, I would spend my holidays in London if I dash enough money. I would spend my holiday in London if I had. Now, if you already have, then you will be in London. Had because you actually don't have. If I had enough money. Number 4, they dash water sports. They are not, they like not, they do not like water sports. The correct answer is C, they do not like water sports. I dash for shopping tomorrow. I will be going for shopping tomorrow. I will go for shopping tomorrow. I went for shopping tomorrow. Now, this is a matter of tense. Here, went is past tense. So, went is past tense of go. Now, tomorrow is future. So, I can't use C. A is a continuous form. I need not use that. So, B is a definite form. I will go for shopping tomorrow. Ram and his team, that's number 6, Ram and his team dash recently won a tournament. To answer this question correctly, you need to understand something called, now let me quickly explain this to you. I'm not sure how many of you have heard this particular term, combining two singular forms, that becomes plural. So I will use the plural form of verb. Now how do I identify what is singular form of verb and plural form of word? Let me quickly demonstrate that to you. So if you want to use a singular verb, add S. At the end of the verb. Okay? Example, plays, works, sings. Now, in case if I have to use the plural form, now when I have to use a plural form, if I have to use plural form, drop the S at the end of the verb, which means if I have to talk about the same examples, I will remove the S at the end of the verb. So remember it that way. If it's a singular verb, add S. If it's plural verb, drop the S. So in case if your subject is singular, use S at the end of the verb. If the subject is plural, drop the S at the end of the verb. Okay? Let me show you some examples to help you understand this better. I'm going to use all singular verbs here. He plays cricket. She sings very well. It rains every evening. So if you pay attention to the verbs here, action, I am adding an S at the end of it because my subject is singular. Now if I have to use a plural verb, plural subject, they play cricket. They, or for example, she is singing very well. Now that my subject is plural, I just say they are singing very well because are is a plural form of is. It rains every day. Now there cannot be a situation in terms of a climate for plurality, so we'll leave it at that. Okay. So when you have a situation like this where you are bound to get confused, the players and umpire is tired or are tired, it should be are tired. That's because when I'm using and, I'm combining these two. Even if it's player and umpire, I'm combining. But in the second case, this is where you will get confused. The players or the umpire is tired or are tired. Here you will use is tired because this is an or situation. So if it is or, after the or, the subject, the closest subject is umpire, which is singular form. And if I have a singular subject, I will use singular verb. Okay. So when we look at some more questions, you will be able to identify more such situation. Now when you see a question, you will be able to identify what should be the correct answer. Alright. So let's move on. Let's look at this question again. Number 6. Ram and his team dash recently won a tournament. Now this is a trick question because Ram is part of the team and team is a collective form, it just won. Ram and his team have recently won? No. Ram and his team has, because it's a singular form. The subject is singular, so I'll use has. Number 7, please make a note of this question. They dash put in all the hard work for the success of the team. They dash put in all the hard work for the success of the team. Now they is a plural form. Now if I have a plural form, I will use plural verb. What is the rule? Drop the S. So I have this particular verb which doesn't have an S. So I will use they have put in all the hard work for the team. Number 8, I think we dash the training session next quarter. Now next quarter means it's in the future. I think we dash the next session, the training session next quarter. I think we begin, no, we will begin the training session next quarter. We are beginning, no, that's not the right form. We are going to begin, that is again a incorrect form because it's a transliteration. So we will begin the training session next quarter. Tomorrow we dash at 2 p.m. Tomorrow we will meet, we meet, we are going to meet, we are meeting. So number 9, this is very easy. So look at the question and think what is the correct answer. Tomorrow we will meet at 2 p.m. So A. Could you please dash me some money? Could you please borrow me or lend me? Borrow means take from me. Lend means give me. So could you please lend me some money. Number 11, I don't mind dash if you are tired. I don't mind to drive. I don't mind driving. I don't mind to be driving. I don't mind drive. So number 11, look at it, think and answer. I don't mind driving if you are tired. So option B. They arrived dash we were having dinner. They arrived while we were having dinner, when we were having dinner, during we were having dinner, for we were having dinner. So number 12, think what is the correct answer, and meanwhile you will see the number flash on your screen, 040-2354-0326, or the toll-free number 1-800-425-4039. If you have any questions about the portions that's been completed so far, which is pronunciation and a little aspects of grammar, if you have any questions, please call and ask your question. I will provide you the answer. Alright, so let's continue with number 12. They arrived while we were having dinner. So A is the correct answer. Number 13, they have sold dash car which they won in a lottery. They have sold dash car which they won in a lottery. T-H-E-R-E there, T-H-E-I-R there. This is fairly easy. I just spoke about difference between preposition and possession noun or pronoun. But here it's a trick question. The correct answer is C. In this case, they have won the car in the lottery. So denotively speaking, C is the correct answer. They have sold the car which they won in a lottery. Number 14, I dash worked for this company since 1998. I worked, I am working, I work, I have worked. Now to answer this question, we need to understand something fundamental. Now let me explain. This is one mistake where a lot of us get confused or make a mistake. From versus since. Okay, this is a preposition in terms of time. If I'm using from, I should be using from when I have specifics on when did it start and when did it end. Okay, I will use since when the stated time continues. What do I mean by this? Let me show you an example. I lived in Bangalore from 2004 till 2006, which means it has ended. So I can use the word from. If I have to continue in the same way, I am living in Hyderabad since 10 years, which means I am still living there, which means the time is still continuing. Okay, so question number 14, when you look at it, I dash for this company since 1998, which means I am still working there. So the correct answer is B. I am working for this company since 98. Number 15, She dashed me to help her develop an IT training program. She has asked, she have asked. Can I use have? I just spoke about subject verb agreement, right? I can't use have because she is a singular form. She has asked me to help her to develop an IT training program. So option A. So verb types, verb is action. It signals an action, an occurrence or a state of being, whether mental, physical or mechanical. Verb always expresses present, a perfect present or continuous form. For example, I am talking, which means it's going on right now. Or I will talk tomorrow, that's a future tense. I spoke yesterday, and that is past tense. Any action that we are talking about, that action has to be relative to a time. Has it happened? Is it happening now? Or will it happen in the future? Okay. So keep that in mind in terms of these aspects. A verb has to be in sync with tense. Let's look at some examples. The lines are still open, so please do call. It starts with an expression, hi, I dash you in a long time. How have you been? It's better to live for today. Have you ever dashed to Canada? Now, have you ever basically means it's a past tense. Have you ever been to Canada? Being is a state. Been means if there was an action involved there. Albert doesn't like dash on weekends. Albert doesn't like working. Albert doesn't like to work. Albert doesn't like work. Now, doesn't like work doesn't make sense. So, our answer 1 and 2 are correct. So, option D is perfect. He occasionally is a headache in the morning. He occasionally should be a headache in the morning. He occasionally might be, could be. Now, this is in terms of an adjective. So, all of the above are correct. So, we have various such questions. You can look up simple tests online as well. You will find tons of questions. The best way to learn is to test yourself and find what is the correct answer. We cannot learn grammar in terms of rules anymore. We already learned it, but we don't remember because we don't use it. So if you remember it in terms of usage, if you keep practicing, if you keep testing yourself, that will help you remember for a long time. So grammar is something which is extensive, but you need to put yourself in use. I cannot teach you in a classroom environment. Even when the lines are open, nobody is actually calling and asking questions. So I don't know what seems to be wrong there. So in the next session, that is on Monday, I'll move on to verbal ability, where we will look at certain instances, how to solve certain questions in certain situations. If you have questions, please post your questions on the YouTube channel. I'll take a look and provide you the answer. And thanks for tuning in. Make the best use of your day. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to today's session. So we are continuing with the communication skill aspect for ESC. So today I'm going to talk about the last two pillars, which is vocabulary and fluency. So what do we mean by vocabulary? So we all have challenges when it comes to using the right word. When we are speaking in English, like I said, we are thinking in a vernacular language, translating that to English directly. But sometimes we fail to understand what words to be used precisely to meet a particular context. Say for example, if I write a particular sentence, I'm going to demonstrate the issue that we face in terms of vocabulary. So there are two sentences I'm going to write. Just a moment. Okay. the medicine, let me add has here, the medicine has expired and hence it cannot be given to a patient, right? Now, the word that I'm going to talk about here is expired. We end up using this word in some other context as well. For example, if I say the college management has declared a holiday as a founding member has expired. Now this is just an example. Now in India we use this word expired even when somebody passes away or somebody dies. So ideally what should be used here is has passed away. So instead of using expired here, in this context the word expired doesn't make sense because expired is used for medicines or anything that is perishable in nature. Okay. Now, if I have another word which is very, very frequently used, it is compulsory to fill the form for the registration, or say "75% attendance is compulsory to attend the exam. It is compulsory to fill the form for the registration." Now what is happening here is I'm using the same word in both the sentences. I can have few more examples. For example, it's a statement. Please wait, the doctor will compulsorily come by 5 p.m. So I'm using the same word in 3 different contexts. Now, as per the rule of vocabulary, I need to look at the context as well. So here, the correct word is mandatory. 75% attendance is mandatory to attend the exam. Please wait, the doctor will surely come by 5 p.m. Or let me try another sentence. I will definitely pay the loan. So here I'm using the word definitely. Okay. So I have compulsory, mandatory, surely, definitely. Instead of using these 3 words, we end up using the word compulsory again and again. So that's exactly what vocabulary is all about. A set of words within a language that are familiar to the person. The word bank, synonyms and antonyms that you are aware of. So the problems that we face is lack of word bank. For example, in this particular situation, I had 3 other words, but instead of using that, I keep on using the word compulsory. So that is because there is a lack of word bank, lack of synonyms or substitute words, not knowing what is the context I am using it for, lack of reading and writing practice, comprehension of common words. Now this comprehension of common words is a very, very big factor why we lack vocabulary, why we do not understand what words to be used when we are speaking. We hear words but we do not understand the meaning of it. Or we hear we see something but we don't know what is the word for it. Say for example, the word oracle, O-R-A-C-L-E. You ask anyone what do you mean by oracle, they will say it's the name of a company. But it also has a meaning. Oracle means prediction, prophecy, the word from the sky, Akashvani that we say in our language. So that is oracle. The word like cognizant. Cognizant, again, you ask someone, what do you mean by cognizant? They will say it's a name of a IT company. But it also has a meaning. Cognizant means being aware of something, having the knowledge of something. So that is what the word cognizant means. So we hear a lot of words, but we don't understand the meaning, we don't understand the application of it, or we see things but we don't know what is the English term for it. So when you read a lot, when you write a lot, you will build on your skills, your competencies, or your ability to build on your vocabulary as well. So the best way to build vocabulary is to keep on practicing, keep on reading a lot. Please always refer to the dictionary, because the dictionary will also give you the meaning of the word in context of a sentence, and it also give you synonyms. Okay, so the tips to build vocabulary is to read regularly, to listen. When you listen to good speakers, that also helps. Make use of a dictionary or thesaurus. Thesaurus basically is a book that gives you the synonyms and antonyms as well. Substitute words and opposite words. Learn a word every day in order to understand what it means, that is comprehension, the context, in what context it can be used, and the usage, and get into the practice of writing. So let's quickly look at some examples to practice. Here we need to fill the blank with one of the word that is given in the option. Hardness is a dash of steel, a property, a substance, a material, a structure. So you need to look at the context of this sentence and pick the right option. Hardness is a property of steel means a nature of steel. So that's why A, property, is the correct answer. Now, property word is also used in terms of assets. I spent 50 lakhs to buy a property. So again, this is what vocabulary is all about, where you understand the context of the word. For example, if I'm talking about a particular training program and I have designed certain content, so that's my intellectual property. Here again, it becomes like an asset. Foods such as, now I'm looking at number 2, foods such as bread and rice dash energy for the body. It controls energy for the body? No. Lose energy for the body? No. Prevent energy for the body? No. Provide. It provides energy for the body. Now the word provide here again can be used in a different context. Look at this example. I'm going to use the word provide as well as provided in two different possibilities or two different contexts. Please provide your contact details so that I can register you. Means please give me your contact details so that I can register you. Now, I can use the word provide or provided in another context. I can come for the meeting provided there is a formal invitation. Now here, the word provided means if there is a formal invitation. Number 3, the tissues, organs and systems of a body dash the living organism. Now a living organism has tissues, organs and systems. So system of a body of a living organism has tissues and organs. That is what it means. The tissues, organs and system of a body consist of a living organism. If you use the word consist of, that means every tissue has living organism in it, but that is not what it means. It means every living organism has tissues and organs in it. So the correct answer is A. So the tissues, organs and system of a body consist of the living organism, constitute living organism, contain living organism, include. So the tissues, organs and system of a body. B, option B. So I try to trick you there. Constitute a living organism means the tissues, organs and system of a body makes a living organism. It constitutes living organism. Now the reason I did not use constitutes, I use constitute because we are also looking at subject verb agreement. My subject here is plural, which means I will drop the S at the end of this verb. Number 4, the door was so dash that the X-ray machine would not go through it. The door was so thin, so close, so minor, so narrow. Now what word can I use here? Thin, close, minor, narrow. I should use the word narrow because thin is not applicable. Narrow is in terms of width, right? So the door was so narrow that the X-ray machine would not go through it. Before Muhammad repaired the engine, he dashed it carefully. He recognized it, he examined it, he saw it, he cited it. Now this is fairly easy, just think and answer. Before Muhammad repaired the engine, he examined it carefully. So option B. The upper part of the leg is called jaw, scalp, thigh, ankle. Now jaw is not an answer because it's on the face, scalp is on the head, we are talking about the leg. So the upper part is ankle? No, ankle is the lower part. Upper part is the thigh. The upper part of the leg is called the thigh. Number 7, for good health, everyone needs dash exercise. Almost exercise, inadequate exercise, excessive exercise, sufficient exercise. For good health, everyone needs sufficient, option D, sufficient exercise. In the alphabet, the letter B dash the letter A. Letter B follows letter A, ascends, precedes, comes. In the alphabet system, the letter B precedes letter A or follows. It should be follows because it's after. Precede means before, pre. So precedes is before, follows is after. Number 9, the river has been seriously contaminated. What you need to do here, you need to replace the underlined word with one of the options. The river has been seriously contaminated, dried up, diverted, polluted, obstructed. What do we mean by contamination? Contamination means pollution. So the river has been seriously contaminated. That means it's been polluted. Number 10, oil dash friction between moving parts so that they can move more easily. Oil dash friction between moving parts so they can move more easily. It permits friction, reduces friction, releases friction, and protects friction. What do you think is the correct answer here? The correct answer is it reduces friction. 10B. What do the experts forecast? What do we mean by forecast? To deny, to declare, to prefer, to predict. It's option D, predict. Forecasting means prediction. The markings on the thermometer make a scale, make extremes, a reading, a grid. So thermometer has markings, right? What do you do with it? You read. It makes a reading. So 12C. Some questions on synonyms and antonyms for you. Synonym of brief. Synonym means similar word. Synonym of brief: limited, small, little, short. Now little and small is in terms of size. Here it's brief, that means option D is the answer. 13D, synonym of brief is short. Synonym of embezzle. Embezzle means to take money from something and put it somewhere else illegally. So option A is the correct answer. Synonym of embezzle is misappropriate. We keep reading, right? Misappropriation of fund, embezzlements of fund by politicians, by CEOs, CFOs. So embezzle means misappropriation or using the money illegally for some other purpose. Synonym of August. Now August is a month, but it also has a meaning. So synonym of August is common, ridiculous, dignified, petty. We use this sentence, right? You are invited for the August occasion of my birthday, wedding anniversary. So C is the correct answer. Synonym of August is dignified. Synonym of alert. Alert means being energetic, being observant, being intelligent, being watchful. Alert means being watchful. Observe means you are just observing but not taking any action. Watchful means you watch and then take an action. That's alert. Synonym of reckless. This is very easy. Reckless means rash, courageous, bold, daring. Rash driving, reckless driving. So A is the correct answer. Synonym of consequences. Consequences is something that always comes after the action. So that's results. Conclusion, application, difficulties are wrong. Synonym of consequences is results. Synonym of tolerant. Tolerant means like-minded, open-minded, closed-minded, arrogant. The correct answer here is open-minded. Tolerant means you accept anything which is other than what your belief system is. Synonym of abundant. Now I need to show you something. There is a word which is abundant, and there is a word which is abundant. Just a moment, I need to change the spelling, okay? Now, both have different meaning, but people use these two words interchangeably and they make a mistake. Abundant means excess. So synonym of abundant is ripe, cheap, plenty, absent. So C is the correct answer, plenty or excess. Okay? Abundant means to leave without providing any help. For example, I'm just going to give you examples here. There is an abundant supply of fertilizers for the farmers, which means excess or more than what is required, plenty. Now abundant, let me give you example for that. So abundant means excess or plenty. There is an abundant supply of fertilizers for the farmers. Abandoned means to leave without providing any help. The police team abandoned the people who were stuck in the floods. Okay. Now here you will see a sentence and you need to pick one word substitute. Okay. It will also help you understanding the meaning of the words. A person of good understanding, knowledge and reasoning power. You call that person an expert, intellectual, snob, literate. Now literate means somebody who can read and write. Snob means somebody who is arrogant. Expert means who's proficient in one or two specific areas. But here the question is, a person with good understanding, knowledge and reasoning power who can take the right decision. So the correct answer is B, intellectual. List of business or subjects to be considered at a meeting. So before a meeting we always list down what needs to be discussed. What do we call it? Schedule, timetable. Now schedule and timetable are pretty much the same. Plan, agenda. Now plan is much more broader aspect. Agenda is the correct answer. Agenda is basically the list of items that needs to be discussed. Leave or remove from a place considered dangerous. So you are in a building, suddenly there is an earthquake, what do? You evade, you evacuate, you avoid, you exterminate. So evacuate is the correct answer. Option B, leave or remove from a place considered dangerous. A person pretending to be somebody he is not. A person pretending to be somebody he is not. Magician, rogue, liar, imposter. The correct answer here is imposter. Imposter is a person who pretends to be somebody he is not. One who possesses many talents. Somebody who is multi-talented. What do you call that person? Versatile, nubile, exceptional, gifted. You call that person versatile, who is good in more than one area. So A is the correct answer, 5A, versatile. 6. A person interested in collecting, studying and selling old things. Antiquarian, junk dealer, crank, archaeologist. Now archaeologist is a person who studies civilization by digging up, right? Monuments. So here we are talking about something which is collected and also sold and bought. So antiquarian, somebody who deals with antique stuff. Antiquarian is the correct answer. A drawing on transparent paper, a blueprint, red print, negative, transparency. Correct answer is blueprint. A small shop that sells fashionable clothes and cosmetics. A store, a stall, a boutique, a booth. Now stall and booth are temporary, but here it says a small shop, but it deals with only fashionable clothes and cosmetics. So it's called a boutique. C. An object which is used to calculate distance. Speedometer, barometer, odometer, thermometer. Now thermometer is used to measure temperature, right? Speedometer is to calculate speed. Barometer to calculate pressure. Odometer, now you have seen odometer on all the modern bikes, cars. There is a meter which you can keep changing. So which keeps changing. There is something which you can reset, that's called a trip meter, to measure the distance between for a specific trip. Odometer is the numbers which keeps scrolling, right? So that's odometer. A disease of mind causing an uncontrollable desire to steal. There are some people who have this problem. Even though they are rich, they keep stealing from stores and houses. That's called schizophrenia, claustrophobia, kleptomania, megalomania. Megalomania means somebody who thinks he is the greatest. Claustrophobia, who has the fear of being trapped in a small enclosure, small space. Schizophrenia means somebody who has split personality disorder. So correct answer is kleptomania. Now again, there are some more synonyms for you. Hesitated means stopped, paused, slowed, postponed. Now when you hesitate, you're doing something, you hesitate but you still do it, right? Hesitate means you pause for a while. So pause is the correct answer. Neutral. Neutral means unbiased, non-aligned, undecided, indifferent. The correct answer is A. Neutral means unbiased. Feeble. Feeble means weak, vain, arrogant, sick. Feeble means weak. Now, don't make a mistake between W-E-A-K and W-E-E-K. Both are pronounced the same way. A week is basically 7 days. W-E-A-K means something which is not strong. Okay, so feeble means weak. Restraint, hindrance, repression, obstacle, restriction. Please restrain the protesters from coming inside the meeting room. That means to restrict. 14D. Antonym. Antonym means opposite word. Toil. Toil means working hard, kind of a coil, being lazy, being unwell. Toil itself means working hard. That means the opposite is being lazy. C. Submissive. Aggressive, passive, assertive, obstructive. Submissive means somebody who accepts everything anybody else says. Aggressive means somebody who always opposes. So A is the correct answer. Opposite of submissive is aggressive. Choose the word which best expresses the meaning of the word shallow. Here again we are looking at synonyms. Shallow means artificial, foolish, superficial. We usually say that, right? This person has a shallow personality. That means he is not showing what he is in real. So superficial is the correct answer. Choose the word which best expresses the meaning of the word diversion or diversion. So diversion, distortion, deviation, obstruction or obstructive. Diversion means deviation. Now let's look at antonyms. Choose the word which best expresses, this is not looking opposite. Let's look at the opposite antonyms here. Choose a word which is exactly opposite of the word crowded. Deserted, empty, quiet. Now quiet, there are two ways to spell it. Quiet means little or some. Quiet means silence. Q-U-I-E-T is pronounced as quiet. Quiet means Q-U-I-T-E. So choose the word which exactly opposite of the word crowded means deserted. Deserted means there is nobody there. Now desert is different, deserted is different. Alright. Choose the word which is exactly opposite of the word flimsy. Flimsy means something which is not meaningful. So meaningful is the right word here. Opposite of confess, deny, refuse, contest. Confession, what do we mean by confession? When we accept our mistake. So we deny, refuse. Refuse is different, deny is different, okay? So deny is the correct answer. So that's about the vocabulary aspect. Now, as far as the fluency is concerned, it's basically ability to bring together the pronunciation, grammar and vocabulary, and speaking accurately and speaking well. The reason you lose confidence or lose the fluency, it's because you do not practice much. So when you're speaking to people around, speak as much as possible, read and write as much as possible. By the time you are in the final year, by the time you start going for interviews, you will be absolutely perfect with your ability to speak, ability to read and write. The best way to learn is to practice, to speak to people, to keep reading and writing every day. Try to hear something every day, maybe 15 minutes or 20 minutes on YouTube channel. Try to listen to different kind of speech, watch some interesting programs in English. If any word you come across which you do not know the meaning of, try looking it up in the dictionary and start using those words. That's the best way you can learn these words. All right. So I hope this was helpful. Feel free to post your comment on the comment section on the YouTube channel. I'll take a look and provide you with the answer. Have a great day. I'll see you again. Bye-bye.
Hello everyone, welcome back to our discussion about how hackers are trying to compromise our systems and how do we secure them. So in the last few sessions we were discussing with different kind of attack methods how hackers are trying to compromise our systems or our servers. So today we will be discussing about how do we protect our resources and what all countermeasure techniques we have to follow. So here when we speak of countermeasures, countermeasures are those techniques or procedures which are to be followed to secure our networks or our data from different sort of intrusions. So in short, countermeasure is just a precaution or maybe a procedure what we use to protect our data. So here let us discuss about countermeasure techniques for different sort of attack methods what we have been discussing so far. So first we have taken an assumption that hacker is somewhere on internet and he is going on with collecting the details about our network and then trying to launch an attack. So the first technique that we have discussed is something called footprinting. So here just let me rewind what actually happens in footprinting. In footprinting, hacker is collecting all the information about a targeted host or a targeted network from publicly accessible resources. Like say hacker wants to find out all the details about our server or about our networks. He is going on with different websites like Netcraft, technicalinfo.net, or maybe hacker can use some tools like SmartWhois or SamSpade to find out details about our servers. So here when we speak of details, hacker is trying to find out what kind of operating systems are being used, what sort of applications are installed, where exactly the servers are located, and what range of IP addresses are available. So here as we say, hacker is collecting all the details from publicly accessible resources. That is, in short, he is getting information from internet. So here, being an administrator of any organization, though our responsibility is to protect our data, we will not be able to stop this footprinting activities of a hacker because hacker is not directly accessing our resources or our servers. Hacker is trying to collect all the information from internet which is already available on a public domain. So here when hacker is performing footprinting, we will not even be aware of his activities. So footprinting, we will not be able to prevent it. So let us go with the next step that a hacker does. So in hacker, after going on with footprinting, he is going on with scanning. So here when we speak of scanning, hacker is trying to scan our networks or our servers to find out more information. So here when we speak of scanning, there are things like identifying live host, understanding how many systems are actually present in the given range of IP addresses, understanding what all open ports are present on a system, and then how many vulnerabilities are present. So here, let us see one by one. So here when we speak of identifying live host, we said hacker is trying to use some tools called IP address scanners or IP scanners. Now we all know that these IP scanners are using ping request. So here all the IP address scanners are trying to use ping to find out how many systems are present in our network. So here when we speak of IP address scanning or identifying the live host, we can deny all ICMP traffic, so that if a hacker is trying to identify how many systems are present in our network, we will be able to prevent his activities. And then when we speak of open ports, so that is the next step that every hacker does. So in open port scanning, hacker is trying to find out what all open ports or what all services are running on a machine. So to prevent this, we say we'll have to disable all the unused services. So maybe your server operating system may have so many different kind of services running in. So here the countermeasure is, if we do not require all those services, we will have to disable this. Not only on a server, this can be the same case with your firewall or even with the router. And we can also use a firewall to stop this port scanning. So when we use a firewall and we receive request from hacker's computer asking us for multiple open ports, a firewall will deny that. So we'll see what actually a firewall is in the same session. And then speaking of vulnerability scanning, so this is the last step of scanning activities, wherein a hacker tries to identify what actually is the weakness on a system, what is the vulnerability of a system. So here we all know that vulnerabilities can be present on the operating system or on the application whatever is installed, or maybe because of the configuration. So here, to prevent vulnerabilities or vulnerability scanning to be successful, we will have to go with operating system and application level hardening, or we can also use an intrusion prevention system which can identify and block this vulnerability scanning attempts. So we'll see what actually this operating system hardening means. So here in operating system hardening, this is a procedure of securing a system's operating system. So it can be your laptop or your desktop, or it can be your server. So the process what we follow to protect our operating system is called as operating system hardening. Similar things can be done with your applications also. So here when we speak of operating system hardening, the first and foremost thing is we'll have to use genuine operating systems. So it is always recommended that we use genuine operating systems and applications, so that even if a hacker is trying to find out some vulnerabilities, it will not be so easy, because genuine operating systems would always receive timely updates from the manufacturer. So your software developers are giving you with all the updates. So any issues which are found have been fixed. Now not only with the genuine operating systems, we also have to make sure that all the security patches which are released, it can be a security update or it can be in the form of a service pack, we'll have to download and install this. Now here again, when we go with downloading and installing a security patch, there are certain precautions that we have to take. So here when we speak of the precautions, not all security patches are compatible with your existing applications or services. So maybe there is a chance when you download and install a security patch, it might create a conflict or a stability issue with one of your existing application. So the best way is download this security patch and install it on one of the test machines. Check if this security patch is fixing up all the issues or not, and then also try to see if it has any sort of compatibility related issues with any other package or application that we are using. So if it does not have any kind of compatibility related issues and it is also secure and it is also trying to fix the existing problem, then we can go ahead and deploy this onto the live environment. So this is how we'll have to go with testing a security patch, and once that is done, we also have to go with some group policies where we can define what actually is a privilege So here there is a concept called AAA, which is generally used in terms of network devices, which stands for authentication, authorization, and accounting. So these are very common practice that is in place with every network. So here when you speak of the first term, it is authentication, that is who is accessing our resource. It can be a server, it can be a router, it can be a firewall, or it can be any data. So here we have to first authenticate the person. Authentication, as we all know, like say we are trying to access our Gmail, we are giving our email address and password, or we are trying to access our net banking, we are giving our net banking user ID and password. So here authentication is a process where a user proves to the system that he is a actual person, he is a correct person to access this data. So here authentication can be in a form of a user ID and a password, or authentication can be in a form of your biometric like a fingerprint or a voice recognition or facial recognition. So once a user is verified and authenticated, then the system will have to go with the second step, that is authorization. Okay, user is authenticated, but what can he do? Now the best example here, when we speak of our operating systems, we create different types of user accounts like administrator account and a normal user account. So when we speak of the main differences here, administrator has full privilege. He will be able to install or uninstall applications, activate or deactivate certain services or features of the operating system. So this guy who has administrator privilege will be able to maintain